Good morning and welcome to the August 18th Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Supervisor Campbell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
States of
America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Before we get into the meeting, I would like to have a moment of silence and recognition as Councilwoman, Councilwoman Williams passed away a week ago. And we may not have always agreed on the solutions, but absolutely no one can question her commitment to the city of Sonora and, quite honestly, to the Tuolumne County. No one can question her preparedness. When she came to a meeting, she was impeccably prepared. And additionally, I would say that she had a very keen awareness of vulnerable populations and those issues, and she worked tirelessly on their behalf. And so if you would just join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Cece, will you please read the public participation procedures for today's meeting?
In order to protect the public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at area code 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be opened and closed individually for each agenda item listed below. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when the board clerk has read the item. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public at that time, and your call will be taken in order that it is received. The public comment time limit on each item is for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. Public access of video and audio live streaming on the county website. The public will not have access for public comments. This is available for audio and visual only. And or access Tuolumne County. The Zoom meeting is public access audio only. The public will not have access for public comments. This is available for listening only. Via computer or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order in 2520, this meeting will allow members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference and under Order in 2920 accessibility requirements. If you need swift special assistance during the board meeting, please call area code 209-533-6581.
All right, at this time, we are going to take oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Do we have anyone that wishes to speak under oral communication?
Thank you so much. Linda, are you ready to speak to the board? Okay, just a moment, please. You're live with the board.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. This is Jeff Musio with Hazy Bulldog Farms. I just wanted to give a quick industry update for the cannabis industry in Tuolumne County. Just a reminder for those who don't know, the city is the only municipality that is allowing cannabis right now, which is why I'm speaking at the county today to ask for this to be permitted in the county. Hazy Bulldog Farms has new hires. We just hired 2 new people. That brings our projections of employment to 160% of our original projections. During these hires, the last 4 hires of positions we had 357 applications. The demand for cannabis jobs is very high in this county, and just wanted to let the council know that there are people looking for cannabis jobs in this county, and we could really bring a lot of help with that prosperity. The charity work that Hazy Bulldogs Farms has done is they've had the opportunity to have fundraisers for Vets Helping Vets and to donate a good amount of money to that cause. Hazy Bulldog Farms is also buying children much-needed Chromebooks for distance learning for those who don't have enough money to purchase it on their own. If anybody's in need, please contact Hazy Bulldog Farms, which can be Googled for more information. We also have some planned charity events, which include paying off gifts during the holiday times that have been put on layaway at stores such as Walmart. This has been a lifelong goal of mine personally, and if we're able to vertically integrate, I can only imagine the amount of people Hazy Bulldogs Farms can start helping. The revenue from Hazy Bulldog Farms, we're at 150% of our original projections. So we are 50% above our original projections, and many people thought that those original projections were overstated, yet we are continuing to prove the naysayers wrong. And I do have some current projections for you guys. In the next 2 years, 30 employees, and an evaluation of $10 million if the county would actually allow cannabis businesses and cut all the red tape. 5 years, 50 employees, $50 million valuation. 10 years, 200 employees, $200 million, and those employees would all be local. In 10 years, if Hazy Bulldog Farms can create a new industry in our town, an industry that will provide both low-paying and high-paying jobs that are in very high demand. Hazy Bulldog Farms will do this with the community in mind, and we will provide a hand up for those who are looking for this opportunity. I come before the council to remind you, as I've done every month for the last 2 years, is to encourage you to start taking proposals and put cannabis on the agenda to give this county economic prosperity during these tough times. Hazy Bulldog Farms wants to do the impossible here in Tuolumne County, and I encourage this council to lead the way and open the doors of these opportunities. My family needs you to open these doors. My company needs you to open these doors. The community needs you to open these doors. We're knocking. Please let us in. And on a personal note to the council, I have some major players who are considering investing in Hazy Bulldog Farms. They may or may not be contacting you, inquiring about me personally. So I just wanted to give you a heads up in case the moment arises, so you have prepared to have some formulated feedback. And I would greatly appreciate your honesty and to take that call if it does come to you guys. Thank you guys so much. Hazy Bulldog Farms, industry update. Thank you.
Thank
again.
you. Is there any other comment? All right. Since there is no other oral communication, I'll ask if there are any staff reports.
Good morning. Steve Boyack from the Health and Human Services Agency. Thought I'd give your board an update on our cooling center operations, although Alex did beat me to it in the paper this morning with his article. So due to the current heat wave, the county established 2 cooling centers. One was in Sonora at this senior center located at 540 Greenlee Road, and one was in Groveland at the Groveland Library located at 18990 Main Street in Groveland. I would like to acknowledge Liz Peterson from the County Administrator's Office for assisting public health in establishing the cooling center locations. Initial dates and times of operations began last Friday through Sunday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. On Saturday, while we were observing the forecast, we made a determination to extend the cooling center operations through tomorrow, Wednesday, and modify the hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. To date, there have been no clients served at Groveland, and the Sonora Cooling Center served 7 clients Saturday, 8 clients Sunday, 12 clients yesterday. We would like to thank Chief Gamez from the Twain Harte Fire Department and Carol Hallett from the Twain Harte Community Emergency Response Team for their efforts to assist public health with staffing the Sonora Cooling Center. I would also like to thank Mr. Bob Asquith in Groveland for organizing volunteer support to assist with staffing at the Groveland Cooling Center. In addition, I would also like to thank our own staff who have volunteered to support operations as well. So PH, Public Health, will be examining the weather forecast throughout the rest of this week to determine if criteria are going to be met for cooling center operations beyond Wednesday. We know by looking at the forecast that weather looks like it's going to improve both Thursday and Friday. Starting Saturday, we're going to be in the low 100s in Sonora and in the low 100s throughout Wednesday. So we're going to be paying real close attention to what the weather conditions look like over the next week. And I would like to finish with, residents have any questions, they can call Public Health at 533-7401 or our COVID call center line at 533-7440. Any questions?
Steve, is there, if a resident is having difficulty getting transportation to the cooling center, is there some arrangement made for transportation for them?
Certainly, Supervisor, if a resident reaches out to Tuolumne County and they're unable to find their way to the cooling center, we will assist. We have the ability to do transportation.
I think we're partnering with Dial-A-Ride too, aren't we?
We are. Darren and his folks always assist in situations like this.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Steve. Are there any other staff reports? All right. Cece, will you please read our first 9 a.m. appointment?
I should have it memorized. Presentation and planning status update on the coronavirus, COVID-19.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Today's presentation is going to look a little bit different. We are going to have our new Public Health Director, Michelle Jaquetta, take the primary role. She's going to spend a little bit of extra time on contact tracing and symptom monitoring because we continue to have questions from the community. Dr. Ortiz's role will focus on statistics and testing. So with that being said, I'll let it go.
Good morning, Dr. Ortiz, Interim Health Officer. So, can I have you go to the next slide? All right. So, last time we presented these numbers to your board, it was August 3rd. So those are the numbers on the left. And as of yesterday afternoon, Tuolumne County had 165 positive cases of residents. 6 of those were active, 157 had recovered, and 2, unfortunately, had passed away from COVID. As you can see, the numbers are increasing significantly across the state of California, and we have had approaching over 2,000 deaths in that 2-week period.
Good morning. I'd like to share a little bit about partnerships. Partnerships and coordination are extremely important to the pandemic response. Listed on the slide here are some of our regional and local partnerships. The Yosemite Gateway Area Coordination Team meets at least twice a week in various capacities. The Area Coordination Joint Information Center, the Area Coordination Team, Incident Action Planning, and thank you, and the Multi-Agency Coordination Group. The San Joaquin Valley Public Health Consortium meets at least twice a week, as well as daily email communications to coordinate efforts, share common issues, and problem solving. The Region 4 Medical Health Mutual Aid Advisory Committee holds a weekly MOAC call, that's the Medical Health Operational Area Coordinator call, and multiple emails, communications daily. The health officer and the public health staff meet at least weekly with school districts and the county superintendent of schools. For the past several months, we have been working closely on plans to safely begin the new school year. Based on disease surveillance, input and guidance from the health officer, guidance from the California Department of Public Health, and the Department of Education, school districts made the determination to begin the year with distance learning. This was not a local health officer order or mandate. Okay, I'm going to have Dr. Ortiz share some more information regarding case statistics.
All right, so this is a screenshot from our county data dashboard, which is updated daily when we send out our daily update and is interactive, so people can look back at those numbers over time as well. So as you can see, the slope of that yellow line, which shows the total number of curves, has decreased a little bit. Next slide. But as you dig into those cases more specifically, you get a lot more information. So on this slide, you guys are probably used to seeing that blue line, which shows the number of tests that are received into our reporting systems daily. You can see a very large increase in early July. But as you dig in deeper and take a look at what dates were those specimens actually collected, it's actually two separate large amounts of testing that were conducted. That first green increase is from the testing of inmates at Sierra Conservation Center. That second increase on that green line is from Tuolumne County Public Health, doing a large amount of testing at skilled nursing facilities and the county jail. So as you look into what date were things actually collected, you get more detail about which of these cases occurred when and how is that affecting the community. So those dark orange bars at the bottom are the number of cases we report out as we get them reported to us. But that doesn't necessarily mean that was the date that the specimen was collected, nor does it mean that was the date that the symptoms started. So we have the ability through our case investigations to accurately reflect what date were those people potentially infectious. So what date did their symptoms start, or what day was their collection obtained, and then presume the standard 10 days from that date. And you can look at, yes, you have some cases across that bottom dark orange bar, but as they add up and as they're accumulating over the same period of time, that lighter orange graph shows, when did we see how many people could have been transmitting the disease. So we did have a very significant increase over the course of July, and then we know that at the end of July, we had data reporting issues. So the last time that I was here presenting, we were in the midst of CalReady, the state reporting system, not being able to push through information to local jurisdictions. So we were able to get some data directly from labs. So you can see that that blue line doesn't actually go all the way to zero because we were still getting some information. We didn't know how much we were missing. So we didn't know, are we still at a very high rate? Or is it truly low? So as you look at that green line, where now the backlog has come through, so you can see a little bit of that increase in the blue line. But then we look at the date that it was actually collected, because it's not as if testing stopped while reporting stopped. So that green line is a little bit more level, and it doesn't show that CalReady dip. And it does seem to reflect that there is a bit of a decrease in transmission. So next slide. So we know that the 14-day case rate, based on the information we can see right now, seems to be below the 100 cases per 100K population, which was one of the big cutoffs for the monitoring list. As of today, as of this morning, Tuolumne County is not on the monitoring list, and I'll get into that later in this presentation as well. What we have been told and what we can tell from all of our reporting systems, what the state has confirmed, is that the CalReady backlog has been cleared. And we know that the system that reports it up to the state for them to determine what is our case rate is quite close to accurate. There are some cases missing, and those are cases from Sierra Conservation Center employees who get screened. The state, the CDCR, has had a contract with a lab that is not reporting into CalReady at this time. That is something that Sierra Conservation Center and Tuolumne County Public Health have brought up to the state repeatedly as an issue, and they are aware and they are working with that lab. So our numbers are always going to be slightly different because we have a little bit different access to information than the state's reporting system has. For example, Sierra Conservation Center can call us directly and tell us what they know, and they have been doing that. So it does appear that our case rate is lower than it was 2-3 weeks ago. And we continue to work with the state on making sure that all of that data is seen by both of us.
I wanted to share a little bit about data sharing and HIPAA, the Health Information Privacy and Accountability Act. We understand that some members of the public have requested more specific information on the location of cases within the county. Due to our small population and the number of cases we've seen thus far, we have not released specific information about the towns in which people live. As we begin to experience larger number of cases and hotspots might be identified, it may become useful to the public. This thing is touchy. Sorry. It may become useful to the public to know where those areas are. It's important to note that residents regularly travel throughout the county and across county lines for work, shopping, and other activities, so where that person resides does not necessarily indicate a higher level of risk. We have had cases in all areas of the county. No matter the specific geographic location, everyone remains vulnerable to the disease and should take the recommended precautions to help protect themselves, their loved ones, and their community. And I don't know if County Council would like to add more to that, or?
Sure, I'll just add briefly that under HIPAA, in order to release de-identified information, it is usually population size of 20,000 or more. So that's why in a lot of small jurisdictions, you'll see a big distinction about what's released versus the larger jurisdictions that clearly have more than 20,000 people in a zip code area. So if you have any more questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you. Some information about isolation and quarantine. Isolation and quarantine help protect the public by preventing exposure to people who have or may have a contagious disease. Isolation separates sick people with a contagious disease from people who are not sick. Quarantine separates and restricts the movement of people who are exposed to a disease to see if they become sick. Again, isolation is for positive cases or presumed positive cases. For COVID-19, it lasts a minimum of 10 days from the onset of symptoms and 24 hours with no fever and improving symptoms. If the person is asymptomatic, meaning they haven't had any symptoms, it's 10 days from the day they were tested, the test sample day. This isolation period may be longer for those who experience severe illness or who are immunocompromised. Quarantine is for exposed people who are asymptomatic. For COVID-19, quarantine is 14 days from the last day of exposure to a positive case. For ongoing exposure, for instance, for a couple who lives together, it's 14 days from the last date of isolation for the positive case. Quarantined asymptomatic people may develop symptoms or test positive at any point in the 14-day period and would then be in isolation. Contacts are required to quarantine. Contacts of contacts are not required to quarantine. Public health continues to make every effort to conduct case investigations, contact tracing, and support those in isolation and quarantine in an effort to control the spread of disease. This is dependent on cooperation from cases, contacts, and employers. We are working with the Education and Compliance Division to reach out and engage business owners to obtain timely and accurate information concerning case investigations. The case investigation process is in no way punitive. It is common practice for infectious disease response and is in place to protect individuals and those around them, their families, friends, co-workers, and others they may come into contact with. Those reaching out proactively to assist in the investigation of positive cases are supporting an effort to slow the transmission of disease in our community. Testing update. In Tuolumne County, at least 9,145 tests have been conducted. Testing is available from local providers, as well as at Adventist Health Sonora and the OptumServe state testing site in Angels Camp. Adventist Health Sonora has the lab capacity of doing a PCR test internally, but due to overwhelming demand, this is limited to medically urgent situations. All other PCR tests are done using send-out labs, which have a longer turnaround time. Again, testing is available at the no-cost OptumServe state testing site at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. Hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday. We strongly recommend appointments to be made. Some walk-in availability is there, but it's limited and cannot be guaranteed. Anyone can get tested at the state testing site. The website is lhi.care/COVID testing, or by phone 1-888-634-1123.
Can I?
Sure.
Can I just make a comment, please? Because I get a lot of negative comments from people through social media and other about testing and turnaround times. I have been personally tested 6 times, one out of county in order to enter a COVID bubble. 4 of those sites, or 4 of those times, have been at this LHI site in Angels Camp. Okay. The first time, I have never had a problem getting an appointment I needed. Okay. The first time I was tested, it took 6 days to get the result. The second time, it took me 7 days to get the result. The third time, it took me 5 days to get the result. The last time was Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning. I made an appointment for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I decided I wanted to go earlier, so I walked in at 12:30, and I had no problem. I was the first person seen. And I just got the result while I was sitting here waiting for this meeting to start. That's 4 days, actually a few hours less than 4 days. But it is not a problem. If you're they are only taking appointments a week at a time, and the reason was they had a lot of very high no-show rate when people were making appointments 2 or 3 weeks out. So there is not a problem over there. It's never taken me more than about 20 minutes to get in there, get tested, and get out of there. So I just want to dispel some of the rumors that are running around out there. And it's a 20-minute drive from Sonora, 25 if you get behind a logging truck. And so knock yourselves out, go get tested.
Nice. Thank you so much for sharing that, Supervisor. And we do encourage folks to take advantage of that state testing site.
And Michelle, I am under the impression from some of the representatives from the different organizations that the governor has been addressing the turnaround time also with some of these tests and trying to find some resolution in those tests that seem to be taking a week. Can you address that?
Yeah, so that continues. And I will also point out, as I mentioned in a previous board meeting, that CDPH came out with guidance that allowed labs to be able to prioritize those tests which may need a faster turnaround. So the highest priority are those who are ill enough to be hospitalized, people who are identified through public health as a contact of a case, also, a high priority is symptomatic people, higher risk occupation. So even at the LHI site, they'll ask you a couple more questions so that they can prioritize turnaround time. So we have also heard that people who have gone to Angels Camp who fall into one of those faster or higher priority categories have had even faster turnaround than 4 days. So.
Thank you.
So if you are symptomatic,
Just a second.
oh, sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. If you are symptomatic, if you develop symptoms, COVID-like symptoms, please self-isolate and call your healthcare provider or the Adventist COVID-19 hotline at 209-536-5166. And information can also be gained at valleycovidhelp.com. Okay. Did you want to add anything, Supervisor Kirk? Or just, okay.
Supervisor Gray with the comment.
John.
Yeah, one of the issues that I've been trying to address and help with is it's only a 25-minute trip from Sonora, Jamestown, and the immediate vicinity of our core. But when you get in the outer areas, say like Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake, you're looking at a 2-hour round trip and sometimes a little bit more. Right now we have so much road construction going on, but you know, the problem that has been presented to me is we've got a lot of old people, and 2 hours trip is really difficult for them. And you know, if there was some way to try to find a testing site closer, it would be very helpful. Just my comments.
Thank you.
So I know Supervisor Gray knows this, but I will say this for the benefit of the public. The expectation when the state set up state testing sites is that in rural communities, the testing site should be within 60 driving minutes of the population. And of course, when selecting the site that was considered and placing the site in Angels Camp does fit within those criteria for the overwhelming majority of the population of Tuolumne County, including those in Groveland. And as we've mentioned, there is testing available within Tuolumne County, so we encourage people who may not want to go to Angels Camp to contact their healthcare provider and consider testing that may be closer.
All right, thank you.
So we've shared this over the last couple of presentations, but just a reminder about face coverings and the statewide requirement to wear a face covering in public. Oh, yeah. Wearing a mask or face covering can slow the spread of COVID-19 by limiting the release of virus into the air. These graphics depict appropriate wearing of a mask as well as how not to use one on the bottom left. Wear a mask that covers your nose and mouth to help protect others in case you're infected with COVID-19 but don't have symptoms. Wear a mask in public settings when around people who don't live in your household, especially when it may be difficult for you to stay 6 feet apart. Wear a mask correctly for maximum protection. Don't put it around your neck, up on your forehead, or let it drop down below your nose. Don't touch the mask, and if you do, wash your hands or use hand sanitizer to disinfect. People that are exempt from wearing a face covering due to a medical condition, who are employed in a job involving regular contact with others, should wear a non-restrictive alternative, such as a face shield with a drape on the bottom edge, as long as their condition permits it. These pictures are the appropriate face shield with a drape. These are not acceptable masking substitutes, which is just the shield by itself without the drape, because virus particles can still come out the bottom and the sides, or the little half shields that some folks have purchased. Okay, Dr. Ortiz.
Okay, so just a reminder of what the state health officer order allows to be open or closed in Tuolumne County. According to state health officer orders, all bars are closed indoors and outdoors, and the following sectors can operate outdoors only: restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, family entertainment centers, zoos and museums, and card rooms. If a county is on the monitoring list, additional restrictions are in place, and additional sectors must operate outdoors only. So hair salons, gyms, personal care services, places of worship, offices for non-critical infrastructure, and shopping malls. And if a county is on the monitoring list, by order, they are not to open schools for in-person instruction. Tuolumne County is not currently on the monitoring list as of this time. I haven't checked my email in the last 5 minutes, though. We continue to work with the state to make sure that they have the most up-to-date and accurate data, and that we are both seeing the same data. As you know, yesterday, the governor announced that Calaveras and Amador County are placed on the monitoring list. They did not announce that Tuolumne was included in that. That was looking at the data while the CalReady system was down, while the backlog was being worked out. They temporarily froze the monitoring list. I did submit an email, and I did receive confirmation that they have received the email, asking whether or not they were absolutely done looking at retroactive data. I have not yet received their answer. As soon as I do, I will be letting you all and the public know.
Regarding communications and information, The Tuolumne County COVID data dashboard, which Dr. Ortiz mentioned earlier in the presentation, is still live. It's kind of hard to remember that website there. It's a bit.ly link, but you can reach that data dashboard by going to the county public health website or the Facebook page. Both links are there on this slide. The community resources portal is still active. That's bit.ly/TC COVID portal, also accessible by going to the Tuolumne County Public Health website. Our public health call center is still active Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. The number's 209-533-7440. And our general email box is health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov. Regarding business operating guidelines, all businesses must complete and operate within a specific plan based on state guidance documents. Post that in their business and submit it to the health department's general email box. Tuolumne County Business at tcdisasterassistance.com also provides information and assistance. The industry guidance documents can be found at covid19.ca.gov/industry-guidance. And that is the end of our presentation. If there are any other questions or comments.
Okay, before I ask for board comments, I'd like to remind the public if they want to provide public comment on this item to call in now. I will go to public comment in just a minute. First, I'd like to ask if there is any other board comments on this. Supervisor?
I got a question and a comment. I'm just curious because I know if SCC, if they were to have an outbreak there, it would not be good. But I was sitting here thinking, obviously they're in confined quarters. It's not like the general public where everybody's out walking around. So has that been taken into consideration if there were to be a large positive case increase down there? I mean, is that going to drive our numbers up and still drive decision making no matter what, even though we know there's a lot more in place to contain it?
So yes, there are ways to determine where the case is, obviously. Is it confined to a specific area or is it community spread? And you can take that into account. A word of caution, though, an outbreak in a prison doesn't just stay in a prison because staff is not confined to the prison. So it is still very concerning, and it obviously can very quickly overwhelm resources, which is also a concern.
Right.
So yes, we do separate whether or not they're inmates or not, but it still can trip.
And I say that because of that, but also, we have mandatory testing, mandatory masking. So even if there was, there'd still be a better, I'm just saying it would be a better situation than
if there were that equal number of cases throughout the community. So, okay. Understood.
Okay. And then my not so much question, but more of a concern and just kind of a thought is, we were told that the trigger to close schools down was going to be if we met this 100,000 per capita this list. And I understand we were projecting we were going to be there. We're not there yet. It's been talked about. My concern is if the decisions have been made to close schools down when we haven't reached that trigger point, what will be the trigger point to then reopen things back up? Because these lines or these aspects that we're supposed to be, I would think, basing decisions on, we're not basing our decisions on. So my concern is moving forward. I mean, if the line is this and we haven't crossed the line, but yet we're closing things down, what will the line be to open things back up? How do we balance that?
Yeah. So for clarity, the monitoring list triggers the mandatory order. It does not necessarily say that is the only thing that is considered. And all anyone can ever do is make the decision with the information they have at the time. So when we meet weekly, whenever any superintendent calls with a question, we tell them what information we have at the time. So when I meet weekly again, I will tell them whatever the most up-to-date information is. There are other factors that the community has to take into consideration as well. There's quite a long list of guidelines that organizations have to meet in order to safely open. And with the information that we had at the time, that was not going to be possible. So again, we are willing and open to consider differences as we have different information. But that trigger point is when there's a mandatory order, which is different than
Right.
other people making decisions for different reasons. So
Okay, don't go away, I have
No,
a
no.
question.
just
Okay.
stepping away.
With respect to the dashboard, because I use that a lot, and thank you for setting it up. I think it's a very, very useful tool. As we start getting the missing data, I'll call it, okay, the missing cases, I'm assuming right now our testing numbers are pretty accurate, but it's the positives that we're not so sure about, but I could be wrong on that. But as we get the missing data, are we going to go back and time load that into the thing? Then when that happens, would you please highlight that fact? Because I'm not going back and checking every day's numbers to see if they've changed. And
So we share that same concern of knowing that, oh, well, we have to go backwards and correct things, which is what we're in the process of. And we expect that we probably will be able to do that this week. And we will certainly highlight and share that information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, is there any public comment?
Go ahead, you're live with the board.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Carol Hallett, and I want to thank you for the wonderful presentation about COVID. And in that presentation, you mentioned that we currently have 6 active cases of COVID in our county, with 165 total cases out of a population of 54,000 people, give or take, in our county. I don't like to think about people getting sick or dying, but we also need to make sure that the guidelines for our county match the risk to life and to living. You all know we are a rural county, so we have almost nothing in common with Sacramento. So having them make all the decisions based on their environment, to me, doesn't make much sense. I think that we need to understand exactly what COVID means to us, to our health, with a focus on the economic input on our businesses in our county. During the shutdown earlier this year, Lowe's and Walmart never closed, but our small businesses were forced to close down. And yet our county truly depends on them to be open to bring tourism here and revenue. And I understand that this is a double-edged sword, right? Because tourism means that we're bringing more people into our county from other counties, and that could cause a lot of problems. So we really need to understand what that impact is. I read on my mother load an article talking about, the possibility of doing an independent study. And I truly support that idea of doing an independent study so we understand the real numbers and how the real numbers will affect Tuolumne County specifically. So that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? No? All right. Thank you, ladies. Cece, will you please read the consent calendar?
Approving the minutes of August 3rd and August 4th of 2020, approving the agreement with Securus Technologies to provide phone, video, visiting, and tablet services to the new jail, accepting Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act funding in response to the COVID-19 in the amount of $187,000. Approving the reappointment of Bob Asquith to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council Citizens Advisory Committee as a representative of District 4, South County, with a term to expire August 31st, 2024. Approving the planning manager class specification, position allocation, pay range, and bargaining unit assignment. Consideration of approving the risk analyst 1-2 classification, class specification, position allocation, pay range, and bargaining unit assignment. Consideration of approving a class specification, position allocation, pay range, and bargaining unit assignment for executive clerk confidential. Accepting the resignation of Jim Goodrich from the Airport Land Use Commission and directing the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to post a notice of vacancy and send a letter of appreciation. Consideration of waiving the competitive bidding process as outlined in the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code for the purchase of services or goods and awarding of contracts in situations where coronavirus relief funds are the funding source.
Okay. Would any member like to either poll or comment on an item?
Yes, Madam Chairman. On item number 8, the resignation of Jim Goodrich, I'd like to personally thank Jim for his service to the county over the years and wish him well. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd also like to echo those comments, and I would like to make a very strong point, if I can, about the importance of people like Jim Goodrich working on our various commissions and committees. This county could not run this government without the volunteer support that people like Jim Goodrich give day in and day out on our commissions and committees. And I would encourage people that are interested in his position to please apply. We're looking for good people to continue on. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I'd also like to make a comment on an item. This is item number 3 regarding the use of CARES Act funding for contact tracing and for testing through the county. It's $187,000, and I think it really highlights the commitment that we've made to improving, in light of the discussion that we just had with our public health officer. It really highlights the commitment to making sure that we improve contact tracing, improve testing in the county. So it's very clear to me that there is a great deal of work that's going in to this, and I get a lot of, as I'm sure we all do, I get a lot of messages and emails from constituents that are concerned about it, and there really has been a great deal of commitment of funds to this particular issue. So I just encourage people to look at how the CARES Act funding is being used to help the situation in Tuolumne County.
All right. Seeing no other board comments, I want to thank you all for those comments. I'd ask if there is any public comment at this time.
Good morning. I'm just going to make a public comment about that. There was actually an error in the amount on the ELC CARES grant. The number should be $170,788, not the $187,060. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was 170,000 and
$170,788.
thank you for that. All right. With that correction, I'm looking for an action. We do not have any public comment.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Roll call.
Do we need to do roll call?
Yeah, would you please do roll call?
Supervisor Sherry Brennan,
Yes.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Daniel Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carr Rotifer.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, will the clerk please read item 10? And is Ms. Batista up here?
Recognizing the centennial passage of the 19th Amendment giving women the right to vote and the critical importance of the League of Women Voters of the Motherlode and all women in the governance and political process.
Good morning. During these interesting and tough times, we need to take time to celebrate. And this is a great celebration to honor today. On August 26, 1920, the 19th Amendment was passed, giving the right to women to vote in the United States. This was the largest passage of rights for any group of citizens that we've had in the past and in the future. So the 19th Amendment will not, that the rights of the citizens to vote shall not be denied or abridged on the account of sex. This was something that was hard fought by different women groups, and we should honor that. 100 years doesn't seem like too long ago. I'm pretty sure that there's some people out there that wish women didn't have the right to vote, especially some people in my family. But we do, and we have to take that right seriously. And like all citizens, we need to do our homework and vote for the right things based upon what we believe in and what we want for the future. That kind of leads to the November elections going to have some different local elections. So please do your homework. Vote for the candidates that best mirror your beliefs, and let's celebrate the right that women have had the vote for 100 years. Any questions?
I'd like to make a comment. I am a candidate for office, as most people know, and in the primary, the League of Women Voters held what I thought was the best candidate forum that we had. It was a very well organized, very well structured, and very well run event. And I told them that night, and I would just want to thank them for their work.
Well, and just a side comment, you can be a member of the League of Women Voters and not be a woman. You can be a man. My husband is a member of the League of Women Voters.
And I'll just comment on that as well. I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters, as is my wife, and then I'm quite outnumbered in my house by women, and so I know how it feels when women have the vote in my own house, because I lose many votes because of that.
Hey, Ryan, there's only 2 people in my house, and I'm outnumbered.
But just like you said, 100 years ago isn't that long ago. We tend to take our democracy and our voting rights for granted. We think that they've been there forever and that it's just a static right that we have. But it is important to take times like this to appreciate the fact that the reason we have the system that we have, the reason we have the right to vote, the reason that all people in this country have the right to vote is because of the sacrifices and the struggles that have come before us. And so, these things are not guaranteed, as we've seen that there have been some challenges to the system that we know. And so it's important to take time to appreciate that. So, and I really can't speak more highly of the League of Women Voters. It's something that, they have been pretty much the best nonpartisan group in the country. You can really trust their impressions of how our society should operate.
Yeah, and as I said, when we celebrated their anniversary for 2 years ago, is they help out with the elections downstairs. They give us a group of people that are very impartial. Everybody has to be impartial, but it's outside the government. It's not that I'm asking other county employees or I'm asking retired employees. We have a group of individuals both them and then my genealogy friends who help out downstairs that are really not connected except when it comes time for elections. And I have to tell you, they are my biggest cheerleaders, that they go out there when people say, and we try to break all of the myth breaking, like they won't count my ballot unless the race is really close. Wrong. We count every single ballot. That if you get my ballot and you don't like, which is going around right now, that the ballots for November will identify what party you're associated with. In the state of California for the November election, they did not. The only time that your ballot reflects what party you're registered is when it's a presidential primary. Because remember, the presidential primary, you're voting for your party's members. So that is the only time that your ballot reflects what party you're registered to. And you have control over that. The November ballot will not have any party on the front of the ballot, on the back of the ballot, even on the ballot itself. Remember, we're voting for president. We're not voting for any party. You're going to vote for the individuals that you want with all the races on it that you want. But the league is so helpful and helps me get out all the information. But like I said, their biggest help to me is being the cheerleaders and saying, nope, in Tuolumne County, we don't do that. In Tuolumne County, once we receive ballots are never left with one individual. Everything we do has at least two individuals all the time. If somebody has to use the facilities downstairs and there's only two people downstairs, they both walk out, close the door, and wait for the other one to come back. The league, I cannot thank them enough.
All right.
I'll just say, because like Supervisor Ryan said, 100 years is nothing. I live in a society where I can't even imagine what it would be like for women not to vote. Perhaps we wouldn't have some of the problems we have if women were voting sooner. So I think it's awesome. Congratulations. And yeah, I know there's a lot of talk about the trustworthiness of voting this election cycle and whatnot. I'm going to be voting. I'm going to be walking my ballot here and putting it in the box. I'm just going to try and leave some of the stress off the U.S. Postal Service. So if more people could do that, maybe we could help the cause and keep Tuolumne County out of the woods. So.
Right. We're going to have 8 drop-off boxes, where in November we only had 4, plus the one downstairs. So we actually are going to have 9. I truly encourage everybody to use the drop-off boxes to release your stress and not the post office if you have any concerns. This office will be open every day, 8 to 5. You can drop off your ballots. All the drop-off boxes are there permanently for 24/7. I have 4 teams so far, husband and wives, who are going to be our pickup team. 2 people, again, have to pick up the ballots at the drop-off boxes. So I've had 4 teams put together with husbands and wives that are willing to pick up our ballots on a regular basis. I encourage you to use the drop-off boxes if you have any concerns about the post office.
And just to reiterate, my concerns wasn't about trust in the post office, is not to overwhelm them. Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people voting by mail.
20,000 plus.
And I have had an opportunity to observe our elections office during elections when I was not a candidate. And you and your office has my full faith and confidence, and I want the public to know that.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on, Deb. I want Supervisor Gray.
Yes, just a comment. Debbie, I want to thank you for that those words, but most importantly, thank you for the proactive outreach that you've done on social media, and I think that people of Tuolumne County should feel very confident that what votes are counted in this county are accurate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? No public comment, and I just want to echo all of the sentiments that have been expressed. And absolutely, I think the more that we can be out there disseminating accurate information, the more confidence the voters in Tuolumne County will have. So thank you very much for bringing this item, Deb.
Thanks.
All right, will the clerk please read item 11? Pardon? I can't hear you. It's not a resolution. I believe she was looking for just recognition. Hey, Deb? Yeah. Just recognition, there's no resolution. Correct. Thank you. Will, Cece, please?
There is a resolution attached.
Oh. Let's go back then. I asked for public comment, so now I'm looking for an action.
Madam Chair, I move we adopt the staff recommended resolution.
I second.
Motion from Supervisor Campbell, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor, please call the roll call.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan?
Yes.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Now, will you please read item 11?
Consideration of approving an argument in favor of the ballot measure to increase the transient occupancy tax from 10% to 12% in the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County and extend application of the tax to campgrounds and recreational vehicle parks.
Staff report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office and Chris Schmidt with County Council. So we are here for our last kind of wrap-up item for this TOT ballot measure. At your meeting on August 4th, your board directed Supervisors Campbell and Rotifer to work with staff on developing an argument in favor of the TOT ballot measure we've been calling it, which has now been officially named Measure U. The county clerk has called for argument in favor and opposition of Measure U, and those must be submitted no later than Monday, August 24th. So as you know, your board has the authority to write an argument in favor of a ballot measure. The ballot measure must be, the argument must be limited to 300 words, and your board has the priority is the word I'm looking for, over anyone else who submits an argument in favor of the measure. So on your dais there is a copy of the argument that Supervisor Campbell worked with staff on, and Supervisor Rotifer also worked with staff on. And those are, we're looking for your board's approval on that.
All right. Any board questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. I think staff, I really want to thank staff for the work they did. I think incorporating some of the lessons learned in this, I think it's a much better description of what we're asking the voters to approve. And then the one thing that I'll add is that there are currently 2 undersigned groups. That's the board and then the Friends of the Library. We're waiting. Some of the other associations, groups, and elected officials in Tuolumne County have expressed interest in co-signing as well. However, they have not met yet. I expect them to before the August 24th deadline. And so what I guess we would be asking for is that the language of the measure stay the same, but with the option of adding undersigns from law enforcement, fire protection, and other groups in the near future if that becomes available.
So I'm looking to legal counsel to, is that?
That is acceptable. If the board wants to approve the argument as it is, it's a minor change that's not subject to a lot of discretion. The board could authorize one of your members to sign on behalf of the full board. And after that, any others who want to co-sign will fill out a form in addition to the board member who signs, and they'll all be listed with the argument.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I would like to also echo Supervisor Campbell's comments about staff and hard work, but I would also like to thank Supervisor Campbell for really taking the lead and doing a lot of groundwork on this, especially with some of those other agencies and everything. So I really appreciate that.
All right. Any comment, John?
No, I'm fine with the wording. Everything looks good. Thank fellow supervisors and staff for their hard work on it.
Any public comment at this time? There's no public comment. I just want to make sure we have adequate time if anybody wants to respond. Seeing no response. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Campbell, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. Please do the roll call.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan?
Yes.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk?
Let me say no, but let me just clarify. No, and as I stated before, due to the climate that we're in, as far as economically, Californians are tax worry. They said no before, and then finally, I really want to go after a specific funding mechanism for fire. But with that being said, with my no, I'm not going to actively go against this publicly. I'm just going to let the voters decide. But my stance is no.
Supervisor John Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Will you please read item 12?
Consideration of approving amendment number 2 to the Moss Construction Management Agreement related to the Sheriff J.H. Jack Dambacker Detention Center project. Please call in now with public comments to area code 209-533-6581.
Mo.
Hi, good morning. Maureen Frank, County Administrator's Office. Today, this is too hard, sorry. Today I'm here before you for consideration of amendment number 2 to Moss Construction Management Agreement. As you know, on November 23rd, 2017, we hired Moss Construction to assist the county in providing construction services for our jail project. As we progressed with the project, due to weather delays and extension that we gave to Harris Construction, there was a need to also extend the Moss contract for their services out at this project site. So on September 19th, 2019, your board authorized then amendment number 1 to their contract. The amendment extended their contract to this past March of 2020 and at a cost of $250,944. So here we are today. There has been continued delays in the project. Since March, county staff has been trying to work with them in extending their time period as much as I could. Staff also worked on picking up the duties that Moss was supposed to be conducting on behalf of us. With that, as we near the end of the project, we'll be shifting now from construction activities to looking at closing out the project and doing a lot of claims management between us and Harris Construction. With that, we will need assistance from Moss to help us, and specifically the activities that we're looking for Moss to help us with are substantial completion and final completion coordination, cost evaluation of the budget, any type of estimating that's needed on the remaining change orders, and then provide us with in-depth schedule analysis of Harris's project schedule versus the baseline schedule, and then provide financial analysis for any unresolved purchase orders and claims. The amount of this amendment is $43,306, which then would bring the total Moss contract for everything, the original amount, amendment number 1 and amendment number 2, to $1,649,404. The amount of the amendment is contained currently in your capital jail project line item. If your board approves amendment number 2 for Moss, a total of $1,686,144, or 86% of your construction contingencies would have been spent. The amendment before you has been reviewed by County Council, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
So I'm not really quick with my math. What would be left in the contingency?
I don't know off the top of my head. It's about almost 300,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Close.
Any other board questions? Is there any public comment? No public comment. I'll bring this back.
Madam Chair, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. Will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sherry Brennan?
Yes.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell?
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk?
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray?
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, will you please read item 13?
Consideration of approving a letter of response to the fiscal year 2019-20 grand jury report on the county jail and fire safety. Please call in now if you have public comment to 209-533-6581.
Right.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So today we are before you asking you to approve some responses to the grand jury. For those of you who read the grand jury this year, read their report, it's a comprehensive report that covered a variety of different agencies. I will list those out. The Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, Tuolumne County Employment Practices, Tuolumne County Fire Safety Report, Tuolumne County Jail, Tuolumne County Transit, Tuolumne Utilities District, Sierra Conservation Center and Baseline Camp, and grand jury. Then they have their continuity report that they also provided. I did want to take time to just say thank you to those who served on the grand jury this year. I probably worked more with Luann Hopkins, who is their foreman. She was fantastic, very easy to work with. They were very proactive. She pulled me in early on when they first convened, and that was just to kind of a meet and greet. I really appreciated that time with them. It was very informal. I would like to see and hope that this type of the way they handled it this year, that this would continue into the future. With that being said, there were 2 different reports that the board was asked to comment on. The board has 90 days. Staff only has 60. So we are asking your board to respond to this and approve this with any changes you might have today so that we can get it over to the judge this week. Rather than giving 2 separate responses, we felt it best to just do one. So I'm also going to hit on one other report that they did that they did not ask for board response. They asked for myself and Frem to respond, and we did. But what I wanted to do was read just a few of their findings, and it has to do with the county's employment practices and personnel policies. And the reason for that is I know that when we went through recruitment a while back of our public defender, there were a lot of even letters to the editor, people not necessarily understanding the process and all the mechanisms that were put in place. So I just want to read a couple of these, and then we'll move on to the board, the ones that the board was asked to respond to. So in relation to the Tuolumne County employment practices, so this is our personnel rules and our hiring. Finding number 1 says, despite public perception, conflict of interest rules were not violated during the recruitment and appointment of the public defender. Finding number 2, despite public perception, adequate precautions were in place in the form of an ethical wall to remove county council from all involvement in the appointment of the public defender. They also do state that we have some woefully overdue or outdated employment practices or from 1997. We agreed with that, and we are very close to bringing those to your board for approval. Tuolumne County, finding number 4, Tuolumne County does not have a key succession plan in place. While we do have an informal, we don't have anything formal. We'll be working on that. Just two more. Conflict of interest agreements were, this is finding number 5. Conflict of interest agreements were entered into with county council and the county and the public defender to establish and maintain conflict of interest protocols. And then finally, for finding number 6, salaries for Tuolumne County Public Defender and other similar department heads are fair and equitable as determined by an independent study. There were a few of those that we were asked to respond on. One of them is our personnel rules and regulations. We agree they are woefully outdated, and we're very close to bringing those to your board. The other one was about our succession planning, and we will have to work on what that looks like as we move into the future. So with that being said, what I'd like to do is move to the Tuolumne County Fire Safety Report. Your board was asked to respond to the recommendations of 1, 2, 6, and 7. And I'm not going to go through and read every single response, but what they said in recommendation number 1 was that the grand jury recommends all stakeholders, including the public, conduct a peer review of the recommendations of the Tuolumne County's fire departments, with emphasis on cost and plausibility of implementation prior to deciding or making recommendations made in the matrix report. Our response to that is, of course, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors concurs the input by all stakeholders, including the community, is vital in examining the current structures in place in order to move forward to a different organizational structure and delivery of fire services in the county. It will take everyone putting aside the traditional way of doing business and looking at what is best for the county as a whole. This includes location, staffing, and resources at each station. So that's your recommendation number 1 with the response that we have put in there that we're recommending. Recommendation number 2 is that the grand jury recommends that the county create and implement an ongoing plan for replacement aging fire engines and equipment, including dedicated funding source. Our response to that is actually staff did develop a written fleet replacement plan in spring of 2019, which was presented to your board, and that was updated again in this year. So that while that is being maintained, and we're also working, your board has made it clear that finding funding, adequate funding for the future of fire services is of utmost importance to you, and we're working towards that for next year.
Were they not provided with that plan?
You know, I'd have to go back and read it and ask. I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I mean, so I don't want to say so many times. Frequently, they make findings that we've already addressed. And my question is always, when that happens, did we provide them that kind of information? And I just don't know. So they're not here, so.
Yeah.
I'd be interested. You don't have to, do it in any timely fashion, but when you get around to it, if I can know that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I noticed in one other that I saw where they said they had requested and didn't receive. I didn't see that here, but I'll follow up with Luann. So the next two are recommendation number 6. The grand jury recommends that the county enter a memorandum of understanding for annual evacuation with outside organizations, and they give examples of Cowboy 911 or other nonprofit groups with experienced personnel. There's also a response that we included in your packet that comes from our animal control director, Kelly Schroeder. But what we kind of just highlighted some of that in here, and it is kind of long. But what we do want to make sure is in our response that we remind them, and this is where they didn't receive information from us. They said it was requested. They said it didn't receive it, was that we do have agreements in place. We have agreements with the Animal Care Emergency Services, or ACEs, and Evacuation of Livestock and Tuolumne Emergency Elite Team. We also work with various other volunteer groups here, and for those of you who participated in the rimfire with us, we saw we were able to evacuate and assist those who had everything from large livestock down to cats. We even had goats and a few other animals that we had down at the fairgrounds and various other places. So my point being, our community did an amazing job back then, and since then, Mike and Kelly have only strengthened their relationship with the community in the event that that is needed again. And then finally, for
Tracy, I just want to put an exclamation point on that for any of the public that might be listening, because there was tremendous cooperation and coordination but also remembering where a lot of our emergencies happen, they're very remote. And we also have to consider the safety of the volunteers that we're sending into a situation. It would be an absolute travesty, just a crisis, if we sent a volunteer in to a location and they were lost trying to get to some private parcel after crossing, 30 miles of forested land. Yeah. So there are a lot of factors that go into how folks are disseminated to these disasters, and just really want to emphasize the work that Kelly has done in building relationships and building some more resources in this arena. But we have it's not just going out and retrieving an animal. There are a lot of other factors that play into this.
I actually think that's a really good point to point out that's why it's so important that we work with local volunteers who know these back areas. They know the ways in and out. If you are driving cattle and other livestock, you have to know where you're driving it to. And if you don't know the area, you could be putting, obviously, livestock, but lives of individuals and volunteers at risk. So it's a good point about why we work so hard and diligently to partner with our locals who know these areas so well.
Yeah, and I'll just say in my OES days, I remember working on some of these hazard planning documents, and many of the suggestions of what we included were at the behest of Supervisor Brennan and her expertise in this area.
Yeah, and then Jolynn Miller with our UC Cooperative Extension is also very passionate about this, and she's engaged a lot of volunteers. So the final one for fire is recommendation number 7, where the grand jury recommends that we review and update current policy in defensible space and fuels management to ensure maximum protection of our citizens, animals, and natural resources. And in this, we spent some time obviously talking with Andy and Nick and Mo and everyone when all of us worked to put these together. Just a reminder that the state California Public Resource Code 4291 does apply to everyone in the state of California, whether or not there's a local ordinance in place. So there's just a reminder here that is there. We defer to that in all of our own policies and recommendations. But then we've also talked throughout these last couple of years about, do we put something in place for those that continue to not do this type of clearance? Especially, we see a lot of this on vacant lots and lands in the more populated areas, and we'll be discussing that more in the future. So those are all the recommendations for fire, and then the response that staff is recommending for the board. Is there anything you would like us to change in any of those? And then if not, I can move forward to the next one.
Seeing no comment, John?
No, I'm fine. I think they're good, adequate responses, and I want to thank the grand jury for the hard work they do, and all the people involved in those talks between the grand jury. I've been there. I know that sometimes it can be a little overwhelming and frustrating, but all in all, I think it's a good report, and I think everybody.
Okay, so the next one is jail. There's only one recommendation that the grand jury asked that the board respond to. There were others that they asked the sheriff to respond to, and myself. So those have been included in your packet. But when it comes to the one item that they asked the board to respond to, that was the grand jury recommends replacing electrical panels or installing a waterproof wall separating the plumbing from the electrical. And the response from both, recommendation from staff for you is the same as, is very much aligned with the sheriff. And we know that we are in the process and just waiting for the time that we can move out of that jail and into the new facility. So at this time, we remind that we will be moving to a new facility and that we'll be discussing the uses of that building, if any, as we progress forward. But the other part of that is the sheriff in his response, and I think we should add this to ours, and I've written it in, but my further recommendation, we talk about that the need will be addressed if the building continues to be occupied after the move to the new jail. What I'd also like to add in, which is also what the sheriff reminded them of, is that it has also passed all inspections from local environmental health, our fire department, and the Board of State Community Corrections. So I just want to make sure that we enforce that, and not reinforce that to our grand jury members and to the community, that we have passed all of the inspections, and I'd like to add that into your response or make that recommendation. That is the only other item that they have asked for your board to respond to. Like I said, in the packets, we did include the response from your animal control director as well as the sheriff. And then we also have the employment one that both Ann Fremd and I did together.
Right, I'll ask again if there's any board questions or comments. Seeing none, I will ask if there is any public comment at this time. There is no public comment. All right, I'm going to bring this back.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank the grand jury. I think we got a lot of good work done in the county with them this time around, and we have a lot more agrees than disagrees in our responses, and I think that's a really good sign. Where there is disagreement, I think, is on the animal evacuation point, which we've discussed that, and I think it's been heard loud and clear, and there's nobody that's in disagreement with the direction that the grand jury wants us to point in. So I would move that we accept the responses as written by staff.
And I'd like to echo Supervisor Campbell's comments. I think this was one of the better grand jury reports that I've seen in my tenure on the board. And like Supervisor Campbell alluded to, a couple of places of disagreement. Really, in one case, we know we didn't give them the information. In another case, we don't know if we did or we didn't. But I think it's incumbent on us to do everything we can when the grand jury's investigating us, obviously, to give them as much information as we can. So that's kind of on us. But as far as the report goes, I think it's a good report. And as far as the responses, I think it was very well written, and I appreciate the staff's work on that. And I'll second the motion.
And before I take roll call, I agree with the comments that have been made and think that it would be worthwhile to be certain that our judges, especially Judge Kate Powell-Sagerstem, is aware of our gratitude on the cooperative nature of the grand jury and their investigative procedures, and maybe we can just include a couple of sentences that capture that, Ms. Riggs, in the opening. Just I want to be sure that those messages are conveyed to her as well. So, all right.
And I just wanted to, real quick, again, ditto what everybody said, and thank the grand jury, thank Tracy and her team for the responses. I love checks and balances. I love that they have that resource and ability to look into stuff that we're doing. I think it was really important for the public eye, especially with the public defender thing. I didn't like it. I didn't feel good about it, but it was the right decision to do, and I appreciate the grand jury acknowledging that, because sometimes when you're in the seat, things don't always look right, but it's the right thing to do. And then with fire, thank you for bringing up the fire thing. It's the number one issue that our constituents worry about. And so thank you for bringing that up, because we do need to not patch it up, but fix the problem moving forward. And so there'll be more discussions about that. So thank you, grand jury, and everybody involved with the process.
All right, with that, I believe I had a motion from Supervisor Campbell. Did I have a second? Supervisor Rotifer? Will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Nia Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carr, Woodifer.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Okay, what I would like to do at this time is just take a 10-minute recess, and then we will come back and begin with item 14.
Me too. Do you want anything for lunch?
Did you scratch that off, Sarah? As approved by your board on July 7th. As a general reminder, this new division was created as a support for our local businesses who are doing their best to come into compliance so that we're able to go in and visit them and answer questions, and also provide a phone line where they can call in. During that time, your board also approved a PPE reimbursement program, so the personal protective equipment reimbursement program, and we had recommended a cap of $2,000 per business. Since that time, we have had a series of visits, and I will let Corey go over that, but before we get quite there, is to talk about, I had received a email from Mary Rose, who is the city administrator, just asking that the businesses within the city limits would be included. And so she and I discussed that. We talked. She did provide me a list and the number of businesses that they have, since they have a business license. That information is a little more readily available for her. There are 1,000 businesses within this city of Sonora city limits. So with that being the case, what we were recommending is that the CARES Act would allow for us to provide that support to local businesses. The PPE is for businesses that are who either have come into compliance or working to come into compliance, meaning before they can submit for reimbursement, a site visit is made, and those, are informal conversations that take place to ensure that they have done everything they can to come into compliance. One of the things I'd like for your board to consider that has been brought to my attention is we have some businesses who are incurring expenses outside of the personal protective equipment in relation to the CARES Act. So, for example, we know to be a restaurant, you're either doing takeout, delivery, or they have to do seating outside. All of those are things that some businesses don't necessarily ever do, or they do very, very little. So there's a cost involved to those businesses in order to continue to operate. That could come in the form of tables and chairs and fans that might be outside. It also comes in the form of maybe cost for delivery staff and for all of the supplies you need to do additional takeout orders that you would not normally do. So with that being said, we would like your board to consider adding in not just PPE, but a reimbursement program for costs related to coming into compliance with a cap of the $2,000. And ultimately, since we know that this could get very large. Right now, we had about $5,000 as the writing of this invoice that had been approved. We are asking that your board would put a cap of $250,000 in place, and we will come and give your board updates of where we're at and what types of requests we received. But that's something I would recommend and that your board would consider. It's not a lot when you're buying tables and chairs, but it's something. And during this time, the few business owners who have I've spoken to or emailed, they have been appreciative of the board taking action to reimburse them for any cost, because we all know all of our private business owners are struggling right now to stay open in any form. So Corey is here. She can provide you an update of what the visits have been like for their office, some of the statistics which were included, and I'd like her to be able to provide that to you, a brief update, and then we can go further in the conversation.
So we'll circle back to this.
Good morning. Thank you, Corey Allen with the Health and Human Services Agency. Thank you so much for this opportunity to convene a team that's really out there actively trying to engage with your constituents and, most importantly, with the businesses that form the community. We currently have received 236 complaints from the general public coming through our health department email and phone line. That's since the inception of the phone line itself. That is against 139 facilities or businesses. And that is a very small number when you consider the very sheer number of businesses that make up our community. We have conducted 71 initial site visits. Those site visits come on the heels of engaged outreach through email, telephone, and other means by the staff. The team is actively researching guidelines and any updates that come in real time and then provide that feedback. They provide updated signage and any information that the businesses request to make sure that the site visit is successful. So our goal is to get to success right out the gate. And I will say, hands down, the vast majority are a great success. We get active engagement in site visits where the manager or owner walks us through the facility. They show us all of their signage and equipment and demonstrate how they're complying with the guidelines and the roadmap in which they've created for their business success. Second, site visits are conducted when we see any sort of concern around meeting the guidelines or the plans that they've set. Those also come on the heels of continued outreach and information. We've done 40 of those visits. And we are currently sitting on 56 resolved issues based on this outreach that you've seen from this division. I do want to say that your team, comprised of Ladine, Sarah, and Gail, have been outstanding. They came on board enthusiastic to meet the needs of this community in this way. There are instances once in a while where there is some struggle or difficulty in really hearing the information, but I have to say, hands down, it's been very positive. We've received 11, but I will qualify 9 as approved PPE requests as of today. I'm looking at $11,900 so far approved. So you can see there's quite a change just from August 11th. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
One quick question. How folks are looking to put in receipts for reimbursement, can you put a phone number or how they reach you?
The individuals can use our health department line, the email. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if that's something that can come from the clerk, or sounds like Rebecca might have that, and I'll grab that. They've also been coming direct to me at 20111 Cedar Road North. That is the address of the health department. You can simply specify business and compliance and education. Thank you. The email can also be used, but we will require a wet signature. And so it simply can get me started on the review. But then if you can drop it into the email at that 20111 Cedar Road North in Sonora, attention business, education, and compliance. Email health@tuolumnecounty.ca.gov.
Okay.
I know that your Business Innovations and Assistance Director, Cole, has been tremendous in making those connections as well.
And that was my other point. Looking for any other questions, comments?
No, I think we got exactly the right person doing this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The team has been incredibly motivated.
And I agree completely. I mean, you're making this work, and please convey our thanks to Ladine, Sarah, and Gail.
Absolutely, will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the only question I have, and it really gets back to Ms. Riggs' first point, and would just like to get your input after a brief commentary, because I have had a couple of the council members, Councilmember Such, Segerstrom, and I'm sorry, one other did reach out and really asking about these businesses downtown. And I agree that we need to include them in this program. This is the county seat, and we have county residents from, the entire county, visitors too, utilizing those businesses. And I think that we need to provide them the same opportunity in these very unusual circumstances. And I suspect, though, that when we include the city, that will mean additional visits and work. Would that mean that you may have to find some increase your folks that are working with you on this, or can you cover that with your current staffing level?
Supervisor, we most certainly would need to include additional members on that team. That's something that CIO Riggs and our director at the Health and Human Services Agency, Ms. Espino, have been discussing. So absolutely, we are prepared to move forward in that, and we completely agree with supporting the city ventures as well.
I guess my only question is it worth exploring trying to form a joint team with them? And the reason I ask that is in some minor areas, their restrictions may be different than ours, and that would, I think, have some impact on our ability to enforce their different restrictions or whatever.
I appreciate your saying that. From the onset of this project deployment, that was the first contact that was made was with our chief of police and our city manager to be sure that we were on the same page. We had a very productive conversation, and since then I speak almost weekly with Chief Vanderweil, and we provide weekly spreadsheets with any complaints or concerns that come through our phone line. We've provided them, as you've seen in your package, scripts, documents, guideline materials. So we've been working very closely, and I will work with our CIO on how to make that happen.
Okay. And then the other thing I have, Ms. Riggs, is I'm okay with the $250,000 cap. But if we start approaching that, we may want to bring it back to the board and see, depending on how we're sitting on our total CARES funding, we may want to raise that if or we may not. I don't know. But I want to leave it open for you to come back to us.
Absolutely. One of the reasons we came up with that was as soon as when Mary Rose and I were going back and forth, they have 1,000 businesses. So if you wouldn't have 1,000 who would apply. But 1,000 times, the 2,000, I went, okay, this could go really, really quickly. Absolutely, we would come back if we're seeing there's a huge need for it and we're receiving a lot of requests. We'll come back and ask your board if you would like to increase that cap. It does just give us a finite amount when we're budgeting. Remembering also that in my certification to the state, I have to give them the first week of September how much we think we will use of the CARES Act funding, and anything that we don't think we will use, they will immediately change the allocation. So we are looking at ways that the money is meant to support the community in providing response to COVID-19, and so that's why we are partnering with all of our local government entities to help make that happen and bringing these items to your attention.
The other piece for consideration is we have a $2,000 cap per business. And as you mentioned, I think that initially we were thinking about face masks, shields, things that were directly applicable in a sense that really obvious. I think that we have since learned that there are a lot of other expenses associated with still providing services and having that personal protection. And so I am in favor of expanding how we look at what PPE is. And again, we have a $2,000 cap in there. But for example, I know some of these businesses are going to have inordinate copy expenses in just providing those menus that can be disposed of. So I am in favor of expanding that PPE definition with the cap in place.
And I just have one question. What's going to kind of be the vetting process for an application? Will it be conversation, on-site visit? Will it just be any business can apply? Because, obviously we want to make sure.
Yeah, it's been going through our education and committee, our division. And as we've stated, it does require that they're either in compliance or coming into compliance. Okay. So I'll let Corey tell you how they've been handling those. But you don't know if someone's in compliance unless you go there, right? So
yes. So what we've been doing, I personally have been doing the review of each and every PPE request that has come in so that I can gauge where the asks are coming from. I consult with our auditor, W. Bautista, and I consult with Cole Perisabella on each of these as well when there's any question. If there's an active complaint, I personally will contact that business and communicate that with them so that we can talk about getting into compliance. I've had one really productive conversation that came from that. I've found that I do call most of the persons submitting claims just to clarify some questions, because some of those things that step right outside of PPE, but maybe with some further exploration I can identify. An example would be a bill from Lowe's that has building equipment, and someone might be building a partition. And so if I can have them qualify that and provide me that detail, then just that conversation makes a huge difference.
So, but moving forward, I'm assuming when the public gets wind of this, that 2,000 could be used for anything to help with COVID related. Are we going to be able, is there a process that will be in place to, other than an application, will you have to do an on-site visit for those, not the PPE complaints, but hey, I need to buy a table, I need to buy chairs? Because I assume you might get hit with 500 applicants.
True, and we have not conducted a site visit if there had not been a prior complaint to qualify that the PPE they're purchasing is getting them into compliance. Our assumption is that they are in compliance coming in, that they've submitted their plans to the health department, and without complaints being coming in, we have not qualified that. And if you'd like me to make an adjustment to that, I'm happy to do that.
I don't know. Am I being clear as far as if 500 companies call next week and say we need to buy tables, we need to buy this and that because of COVID related, are we just going to start writing checks for 2,000?
My recommendation from the very beginning has been to go visit each one.
Okay.
That has been my recommendation from the very beginning.
Maybe we'll have to come back and talk about that, because if they get overwhelmed, I don't know if they'll be able to keep up.
And we can always ramp up with some people to help get the initial onset. As you can see, we have not been inundated with these requests.
We'll kind of take
But
it
some of them will be quick and easy. I mean, you go downtown and maybe you have 8 in a day you need to do, and you just walk up and down those. And hopefully, if all 8 are already in compliance, it's a very quick process.
Yes, cool.
They respond to it, give Corey the whatever they've looked at. And
What I'm getting at is the oversize. I don't want just anybody calling.
No, I agree.
I want to make sure businesses who need the help get the help. So,
right.
Cool.
And as I was explaining when we were on our break, my goal for us always, for us as an organization, is that any process we engage in is about building relationships with those we serve.
Right.
When we make those on-site visits, it's another opportunity to build a relationship with members of the community that we might not otherwise get to do. So that, for me, is always the number one priority, is how do we support our community, and second is whatever else that we're attempting while we're there. So that is just another opportunity that we get to engage.
Thank you for doing it. I have full faith in you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
All
thank
right.
you very much. I'll just say really briefly that, this CARES Act funding is intended to help our community fight COVID-19. And COVID-19 doesn't care if your business is in the city limits or not, and neither do I, frankly. And so I'm very much supportive of expanding it. And I agree with the comment that I think Supervisor Rotifer made, that I agree with the cap, with the caveat that we have the option of revisiting the $250,000 cap at some point, could that be necessary. As you said, we haven't seen an overwhelming number of people taking advantage of this program, but word can spread quickly and that could change, and we find ourselves in a situation where a lot of that money has been used. So I'm in favor of that. But yeah, thank you very much for the work you've done. I think you've got a good program set up.
Thank you.
This is John for a question.
Go ahead, John.
I've noticed that a number of businesses have been so active and have set up their outside dining, specifically restaurants. Is there anything that will be done as far as retroactively paying these people that have went ahead on themselves prior to the funds being available? Can they apply for some of those funds even though they've already done the work?
Thank you for the question. So the PPE requests that were developed by our auditor do have a back date within the month of March. And so it's written right on that invoice form that we can, be sure that it does allow a back date to occur.
Yeah, that word needs to get out to the public a little bit better. I have noticed a couple emails coming in that people have already spent considerable money, and I don't think they were aware that there were funds available. So thank you.
Thank you for that question, John. That's a good question. I am going to go to public comment, but before I get there, while folks are calling in, I want to acknowledge and note that I received an email from Ms. Dunnigan, who tried to get on the COVID call earlier and was dropped. And I believe we will be discussing our communication system under reports. But I just want to acknowledge that she sent this email in, and she was thanking Supervisor Kirk for his letter. But then additionally, she goes on to talk about cost roughly $7,000 for additional refrigeration. We expanded outdoor dining, which would cost us $20,452 for labor, picnic tables, fencing, chairs, bar stools, shading, outdoor lighting, and fencing. And so these costs are really accumulating on our businesses. And so I'm going to thank the board in a moment for their direction and action on this. So at this time, is there any public comment?
Good morning, Chairwoman Brennan and supervisors. I'm Mark Plummer from the Sonora City Council. I'll be brief, as I may not be the only person commenting on this item, and we really appreciate you considering it. As you know, the PPE reimbursement funds are only available to Sonora businesses through the auspices of the county, and we need to do everything in our power to help our businesses survive. This will, of course, be very useful and helpful. One of the things I appreciate about our county is the way we all pull together during hard times, and I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for considering the sharing of these funds with city businesses. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mark. And I want to acknowledge that Councilmember Plummer has also reached out to me and had conversations around this issue. Is there any other public comment?
Hi, my name is Linda, and I have not been able to work since the COVID virus came to our county, and I'm all for opening all the doors and letting our businesses maybe thrive again. So thank you for what you're trying to do to open our county.
Thank you. Is that it on public comment? All right. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
It's information only, correct?
Well, I thought that we needed to...
Right, we're asking that you would set that cap, that you would tell.
Okay,
the
then
cap, and
I'll move on
you would-
staff recommendation.
Thank you. Include the
Second.
city and then the definition of PPE.
Yes.
All right, so I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, second from Supervisor Kirk. Will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Nye Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, ladies. Okay, will you please read item 15?
Providing staff direction on establishing temporary childcare for public employees due to the impact of COVID-19. Please call in now with public comment at 209-533-6581.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Jason Terry from your County Administrator's Office. The item we have before you at this time is seeking direction to establish the child care for the effects of COVID on our public employees. As your board is intimately aware, working families have been affected by the impacts of COVID due to distance learning, due to groupings of individuals being minimal, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for our employees to find childcare options. It is one of our concerns that many of these employees will have to consider staying home to care for their children and would directly impact the continuity of our operations. One of the things that we did as we identified this problem is we released a survey amongst our employees to kind of gather the scope of what the problem may be. And once the survey came back, we heard from folks, for parents of approximately 100 children, that they had issues that identifying child care options at this time. Not to just bring you problems, but to bring proposals. We have been looking into utilizing CARES Act funds to provide child care for public employees. It fairly clearly states in the FAQs that put out by the Department of Treasury regarding the CARES Act funding that salaries and benefit type things will not be allowable for private use amongst businesses and residents in the community. But it remains fairly broad when it comes to public employees. Now, we have explored a partnership with the superintendent of schools in working towards childcare for school-age children, and something that we're hoping to bring up in the discussion today is whether we could utilize our governmental buildings and provide for some of those expenses should the board choose to provide direction in that direction. However, really we want to bring this to you because CARES Act does remain broad on this. There is some risk involved. We have reached out to the California Department of Finance to see if this would be an eligible expense, and there are varying forms of it, ranging from stipend to reimbursement request to providing the child care with our forced account labor ourselves. But in all the guidance that's been put out by the Department of Treasury, this is not something that's been explicitly called out. Department of Finance, while it was a good conversation, were unable to confirm whether it would be an eligible expense because these are federal funds and audited by the Offices of Inspector General under the U.S. Department of Treasury. We've also tried to reach out to NACO and to see if they could help us get a contact to speak to somebody at the federal level for this. We have not heard back from them yet. And we have also received an opinion letter from a third-party tax attorney, Hanson Bridget, basically stating that there is some risk involved here. It seems generally, as you look through the different guidance that U.S. Department of Treasury has put out, salaries and benefits for those employees that are deemed essential and are actively working towards mitigating the effects of COVID-19, that this is would be an eligible expense. And that guidance, the FAQs, is attached to the board memo here today. So we do see some precedents for utilizing the funds in this way, as well as we look at what other counties are doing. We have seen several counties have allocated their CARES Act funding towards this, as well as a different subsection of the CARES Act funding did provide directly for child care services. So while there is some ambiguity, we do see examples of it being utilized in this manner. The funding itself, within the FAQs again, does describe that these funds can be used for subunits of government, such as our cities and others that fall as a subunit under the county. However, with our discussions with Department of Finance, of course, state and federal would be something that provides more concern if we were to examine that. So we're looking for direction on a few items today. We're looking for direction on whether this board would like staff to work towards establishing and implementing temporary childcare. We're only talking through December, which at this point in time is what the CARES Act funding goes through. For county employees, we're also looking for direction whether the board would like us to expand this out to the sub-governments that we identified. And also any direction authorizing staff to allow us to use buildings to assist with our partnership with the superintendent of schools and any other eligible expenses that may come up. So we are looking for those things, and then whether now or at another time, Madam Chair, I do have a quick paragraph from TUD that they asked me to read as a response for them.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan, can I just want to make sure the board and the community is aware that we've been working very closely with Kathy Parker, the superintendent of education for our county, and she has been working diligently towards finding childcare not only for children of their employees, direct employees, but also for all of our essential service workers within public government or public services. And so with that being said, she feels strongly that she could, maybe with a little of assistance from us, provide childcare, and really it's more like distance learning centers where there would be an educator on site who would be able to work with the children who are present for their distance learning, and that is incredible. I'm so thankful for her help with that. We may need some of our buildings, so while they have educators and they have some of the people, remember that we can only have, I think it's up to 10 at each location, and we will be doing a lot of cleaning, a lot of social distancing, which is why only 10 at a location. So I just wanted to point out that she's been a great partner. We had about, I think it was about 55 to 60 between the ages of 5, and we've expanded a little bit. We've asked her to go up to 8th grade for those who have that need. And then we had about almost another 100 that just from the survey for that 0 to 4 group. And that group will probably not be able to get 10 in one because obviously they just require more attention. So, but with what Jason outlined, the purpose was to find out support from the board if this is something you would like us to engage further in. And then also to alert you with what Jason said, that while no one will give us, there's a hard and fast rule that it's written in there, both from what we got from Department of Finance and Sarah's work and working with, was it Bridget Hansen? Hansen Bridget. They gave us a comprehensive review to think is that if we do it in the right way, there's really very low risk associated as long as we do it in the right manner. And then instead of stipends, we had talked about doing a reimbursement program. So for those who have to pay for additional childcare, because normally during this time, someone might only pay for childcare from, say, 3:30 until, say, 6. Now they're doing it from 7:30 until 6. So there is an impact for those parents who are trying to find childcare for their children during non-traditional times of the day. So there's lots of ways we can be creative to provide assistance. And as Jason also stated, Kristen with Department of Finance made it clear that working with, I won't say lower level, but subcategorical levels of government, such as our community service districts, the city, is one thing. She did say she had great concern related to state or federal employees, so there are some limitations there. Essential services, essential service workers, and then also that each of the individuals, whether they were getting direct child care or a reimbursement, they would need to sign a certification that they are seeking such reimbursement or services due to COVID-19.
I'm going to start with Supervisor Kirk.
Question for these ideas about childcare: who would be providing the teaching or tutoring for the pods of 10 or however many?
So you're talking for the school age?
Yeah. I mean, we say childcare. Who's going to be providing the services? Is it through schools? Is it through?
Well, we're still working through details. I was just on the phone last night with Kathy Parker. She's feeling really, really confident that she has enough educators, that she would have educators on site, whether it be an aide or maybe substitute teachers. And these are individuals, many of them that would be on payroll anyway, so she is looking for ways to assist our families. So I don't have the absolute final, but she's very confident she would be able to, through the combination of her staff, that it would be her staff who would be providing that care on those sites.
Okay. I should probably wait for public comment, but I can't believe that we're sitting here talking about this when we have hundreds and thousands of kids in our community who aren't going to school. And we got hundreds and thousands of parents who don't have anywhere to bring their kids. And yet here we are as government officials and employees asking for our own private funding for kids. I'm about to come out of my skin. And this isn't at you, the messenger. I look around and I see people here who have young kids who are going to struggle to make it to work. But we all say that we're all in this together with COVID. But if we move forward with this, we are separating the constituents we're supposed to represent with government officials and employees. And I will not sign off on any of this unless we want to use CARES Act funding for everybody in our community to find childcare. We say we're essential, BS. Maybe we need to shut down. Maybe we need to feel what our constituents are feeling. I can't believe this is even in front of the board today. The teachers should be teaching our kids, not cherry picking groups of kids where we get free funding. My heart's pounding in my chest right now. This is, I want nothing to do with this. And I feel for everybody. I feel for all the parents. I don't know what you're going through because my kids are homeschooled, and some people can afford the private schools, and good for them, but the majority of people can't. And we're reaching breaking points. For me, this is a breaking point, so I want nothing to do with this.
If Madam Chair, if
Yes.
I could answer that real quick. We are, yes, there is a great need in the community. We can acknowledge that. What we're talking about also is our continuity of operations, and I know you understand that, Supervisor, but we're talking about sheriff's deputies that maybe have to stay home because they have to watch their kids. We're talking about, just all public health folks that can't do contact tracing. So we are trying to at least address part of the equation.
I hear you. That's not it. The way I'm reading this is for employees in government. Now, if we got a handful of sheriff employees that can't go work the beat, and that's a safety issue, I completely get that. If we have some critical doctors who can't go to work to save lives, I get that. But to open this up to say, we got some people who work on this floor and that floor, and they need child care assistance, that's not being presented today. And I could definitely support that, and I think our community could support that critical need, but that's not the way this is being presented unless it changes.
Well, it's maybe I should elaborate on that a little bit. I'm looking for their exact terminology. The guidance that the Department of Treasury pushed out is that, and we're using the general subcategory because obviously it doesn't say this expense is okay, but it does say that these funds could be used to meet payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, and similar employees, so there's a little bit of ambiguity there, whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating and responding to COVID-19.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a broad term at the end. Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
If we want to have our child care provided for, then let's open up the economy. Let's use some common sense. And Tracy says something. If we do it in the right way, there is a low risk. Well, you know what? If we open up schools, if we do everything the right way, there's also low risk too. We can't apply this idea that it's only gonna work for a 10-kid pod than it is for other settings. There's guidelines out there. There's CDC guidelines. There's pockets in this nation where it is working. There's pockets in this world where it is working, and that's not being discussed. So
Okay.
I can't.
Supervisor Kirk, I appreciate that. I want to give the other supervisors an opportunity to weigh in here.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a question, but I have a different question now because I think that this has been mischaracterized, what's actually in the board memo. Correct me if I'm wrong, either Jason or Tracy. What you're asking for is direction from the board to come up with a plan, and then that will be brought back to the board for final approval at some point, or what's being requested today
So-
from staff?
Depending on where the board is, if the board is telling us you would like to use the CARES Act in order to support families who are work as essential workers, what I would then ask is that you would give the authority for staff to move forward and make it happen. If we're going to do this, we all know for most families, school started this week. I have various interactions with different individuals. Some started Monday, some start tomorrow, some started yesterday. Kathy was not under the impression. Her goal was trying to get this in place by August 31st. So that would be in 2 weeks. If we're going to move that quickly, we would not have time unless we did another special board meeting in order for your board to weigh in. So in the event that the board does want to move forward, we would ask for the board to give authority to staff to move forward and make this happen. And that, if not, then it's a conversation that ends and it's done. But we would, if we waited for September 8th, that we could have services going before then if we were to be able to move quickly. So it's kind of up to your board and how you would like us to proceed.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Are you done, Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate, because the same thoughts were rattling around in my head, I appreciate Supervisor Kirk's comments about, this starts to look like government's special and different somehow from our private sector. The reality is that we don't have the budget authority internal to deal with our private sector, and my understanding is we are categorically excluded from using CARES Act funding to deal with the private sector in this regard.
Actually, I was just, Sarah and I have been going back and forth because I was asking her and her interpretation. It speaks more to essential workers, but it does speak to, and I'll shut up and let Sarah kind of, to maybe public health and others. If we look at it as being essential workers, then you might look, it wouldn't be everyone, because it would be in that as defined by the governor's office of what was deemed essential. So that could be your nurses, your doctors. We just don't know, so we're going to explore that further. And that was something I just sent. Well, what if they are also deemed essential? Would they fall under that category? And I'll.
Yeah, no, Jason quoted the exact line that we're talking about.
Is your mic on, Sarah?
Jason quoted the exact line, about public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, similar employees. So I will ask the tax attorney if they can look at the private sector employees that fit into that definition, and hopefully get a quick response.
But I also will say that it's very hard, especially in government. There isn't the line between essential and non-essential in government is pretty gray. It's not black and white. Some people are doing essential services as part of their job, and they're not doing necessarily what would be considered essential services in another part of their job. But by the same token, I have to tell you that even some things that most people wouldn't consider essential, other people do. And I'll use code compliance as a good example. There's health and safety issues of code compliance, and then there's other things that aren't health and safety, but they may be viewed as health and safety by the neighbor of the person that is not complying with our codes. So, this is a tough one, but personally, I don't think we can start cutting back our services if we don't have to. And I think the opportunity to do this, although It is a little bit discriminatory between the public sector and the private sector, maybe in some cases. We owe it to our constituents to continue our services as much as possible. So I would like to see us pursue this. I especially want to commend staff on the initiative, and not just ours, but obviously Kathy and her staff as well, on the initiative to try and get some education value out of this as well. Killing two birds with one stone, so to speak, I think is always good. So I really applaud that. Again, my only concern is how fast are we going to go through the money if we open it up to all public sector folks, and who's going to determine for some other government entity what are essential services and aren't? Are they determining it, or do we get a vote? My concern is eating through the money too fast. But having said that, if we've got the money, I'd like to see as much of our public services maintained across the board as possible.
So just going back to who gets to decide, remember that ultimately I'm signing as a county agent that we are in compliance. So we absolutely would have some discretion. And once we hear back from Sarah does some more research, we can decide, can others who are essential services, and it would still be narrow, I think, when we look at, say, healthcare, might be more narrowly defined and acceptable than maybe construction. And I'm not trying to pit those against each other, but it is in direct, it's supposed to be for direct response for COVID-19. So that would be, and then we could set, Debbie and I, as we've been working on this together, we've talked about setting aside pockets, like if the board approves the PPE or the reimbursement, there's $250,000, and we set that aside. We could also set a similar type of cap that would be on there. And then, of course, we'll be bringing you updates anyways, as we should be doing. And there was one.
I was just going to add that the CARES Act itself has a lot of limitations in it. So as the CAO would be looking at any type of approval, it's going to fall into the actual definitions in the CARES Act.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think your board is aware. What we are trying to do is help figure out a way to support, as Jason spoke to, the continuity of operations. We know everywhere, and I get where you are, Supervisor. We could see some services absolutely halt in our organization. They have extended FMLA. There is some reimbursement there, or some pay that employees can get. We have everything from directly just in this building, trying to keep payroll and everything going, and bills paid, to deputies, dispatchers, social workers, public health. So I would just say, our goal is trying to keep them at work. If we have dozens of employees who won't have any other choice but to stay home, we will absolutely see an impact to our services. And that's, as your CAO, that's my first goal, is trying to ensure those continuity of operations stay intact as we move forward through this emergency.
Supervisor Gray, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. I do appreciate Supervisor Kirk's right to his comments. I do disagree with most of them, mostly because this is not a black and white issue as he had presented it. I am more in line with what Supervisor Rutherford stated, and also want to add that Supervisor Campbell did address what we're talking about, and I don't believe that Supervisor Kirk's address to the subject was in line with the agenda item that we were discussing in total. Some of it was. So with that, I support us looking at this, and I'll be ready for whenever somebody makes the motion.
And I think this is a recommendation, and so we'll be looking for direction to staff. But I want to make a couple of comments, because I do feel myself really quite frustrated while I am sitting here. The number of folks that are out there that are challenged every bit as deeply as we are is just untenable. And when I say that, yes, I have a responsibility to do the very best to my ability to maintain those services. We also have a responsibility to the public also. And I guess the main question that I have is, you talked about a protocol and procedures that you'll be putting in place with regards to sanitation, numbers in a pod, all of those pieces. And I'm curious as how that aligns to what I know a couple of the grammar schools have put in place as far as proposals so that they could open up, with doing half of a classroom, all of the sanitation procedures. And again, I know this is a can of worms, but I think that if we're going to go down this road, and this looks like what certain grammar schools are proposing to do, then I really will have some challenges with that. And so I would like to understand, I know a couple of the grammar schools have actually submitted proposals to the health department and have been contacted back on how they do a classroom with, say, 12 students in it, maintain all of that distancing and all of the procedures. I would just like to see how this is significantly different from having that in place.
Are you making the comparison, just so I understand, what would be the difference between that and school, for example?
So I am aware that, say, I believe Sonora Elementary has submitted a plan. And I am told it was a very detailed plan that looked at virtually every aspect of our policies and procedures. And so I'd like to understand what the difference is in their plan and this plan.
Yeah, and obviously, I don't know what the schools are submitting because I'm not
right, but I mean,
reviewing
I
it, but
think
we
in
can
doing
look at
our due diligence, I would like to understand that difference.
Yeah, no, we can definitely draft that up. The difference also would be, requirements that school may have as opposed to childcare in a different setting. So but we can get that, and we absolutely, whatever questions that the board might have, we'll bring back.
And again, I understand there are some pieces that they may not be able to provide. I'm aware of that, as, for example, the child care piece. But then additionally, I believe the schools were told that they would not be immune from any potential liability. And again, I'm asking myself, then what is the difference with this scenario against what one of the schools may be suggesting? So I just want to understand where that really lies.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is in those circumstances, they're talking about conducting school with a smaller classroom. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you might have a substitute teacher who would be available to sit with someone or a group of children, at maybe 2 at a time, however it works, to do the online.
10.
Well, up to 10 is what the guidance says, that you can have up to 10 for child care type situations. We're just saying that we have the ability to partner with the school so that she has staff that she could make available that would be able to sit in a distance learning. They would not be teaching a classroom because you might have different ages across that group. So there are, it's not school. It is truly someone who has got more skills that can provide provide some tutoring and answer some questions for children who are of school age at that location.
Hey, Tracy, just a point of clarification, because you brought it up after some talk. Did you say that we would look into, like we just did with the businesses for PPE and equipment, we could possibly look into some sort of CARES funding for the private sector? That's going to be looked into?
Just so you know, I heard back from our attorney because I already emailed her. She will look at it this afternoon, and hopefully within the next day or two, we'll have a response.
Because I just sitting here, I don't see what the difference is between helping businesses and helping families, because it's all COVID related.
I think one of them might be not having a deputy or a dispatcher or social worker on site. I mean, that would be.
I know, but again, we're just getting to the point where we are as government defining essential and non-essential. I mean, we've closed schools. We're not on the monitoring list, and yet some of those people may be used to teach government or to supervise governmental people's kids. that's what I'm walking away from this. And I think Supervisor Gray thinks I don't understand what's going on. I do. I don't think he understands the public perception that's going to take place from this point on. If we,
Mr. Terry, did you have
this.
something to add?
Just that as part of the CARES Act, there are opportunities for grants with businesses. Obviously, we've seen that with the PPE offering. We could try and travel that vein. Obviously, we're talking about very broad funding that we're just we're trying to navigate so that at the end of the day, when everything's said and spent, we're not returning $5 million.
Okay. Then I support looking into that and seeing how much availability we can do for all of the above. But and I guess we'll have for future discussion. Nothing's being decided today other than look into it.
Right. We can definitely bring back some of, there are some areas that the CARES Act does provide for financial assistance to businesses, and that's the next area we've been digging into. As you can see, none of this is black and white. None of it is something, and then when you ask questions, we get, well, you might be able to do that, when we know standard of practice, for example, for childcare is. So we will look further into what type of financial assistance could be provided. Remembering then when you divide it up amongst a community, like San Diego doing something is way different than us when they get $500 million and we get $5 million. So it's just a little bit different. But we're trying to do our best to be as creative as we can to keep operations going and provide some type of assistance to businesses. And it's not been easy, but we will definitely look further.
And I certainly do not want to sound ungrateful. I actually appreciate this conversation. I appreciate staff's time on this, and I appreciate the situation that a number of our employees find themselves in. Supervisor Campbell had one more remark, and then I want to go to public comment on this.
I can wait till after public comment.
Is there any public comment at this time?
Madam Chair, I do have the remarks from TUD.
Oh, okay. If we have public comment on the line, let's go ahead and go there first.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you so much for your consideration on this very important and timely topic. My name is Mary Rose Rutikanga, and I'm the City Administrator for the City of Sonora. And I just want to thank the supervisors for their approval on the last item of including the city businesses for the PPE reimbursement. But once again, the city is asking the county for help and support. School closures are impacting every family from all different walks of life. And while the City of Sonora has absolutely no jurisdiction when it comes to determining if schools are closed to in-person learning, school closures are having a direct impact on the services that the city can provide to our constituency and residents. We are a small agency, and having a handful of employees stay home to provide child care and or homeschooling can actually close an entire department and thus reduce essential and critical services to our residents. In particular, our dispatch and fire departments are our largest departments impacted by school closures. Sonora has been scrambling this past month to try to provide an option of child care for city employees, especially for our first responders who have been working and continue to work tirelessly through this pandemic. We have reached out to the superintendent of schools, Kathy Parker. I've been in discussions with the CAO Riggs, and we have been going through detailed steps needed to provide such care for our staff. The city has a means to provide a facility, but unfortunately the cost of a child care provider far exceed what the city and city employees can afford. As you're aware, the city of Sonora was only allocated $58,000 in CARES Act funding compared to the county's allocation. The city's costs associated with the COVID response has already far exceeded that $58,000 allocation. We were asking for support from the County of Tuolumne for CARES Act funding to pay for a temporary child care provider, or to allow us to partner with the County of Tuolumne to allow our city-employed children in a type of child care facility if this is allowable by the superintendent of schools. I would like to thank the board and CAO Riggs for your consideration and continued partnership on behalf of the City of Sonora and our first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Okay, hello. I'm a citizen of our community, and As I'm listening to this, I am completely appalled. I completely agree with Anaya Kirk. If you guys go forward with spending money on taking care of employees of the government who's already taking money out of my pocket when I'm not able to work because I'm staying home watching my kids, open our schools, open our community. We're crying out loud. This is ridiculous what we're going through at this point in time. I understand nobody wants to get sick. I don't want to see people get sick. We are doing the wearing the mask going out in public, and we are doing everything we can as individuals in our own community to make this right. What we see right now is, am I right that TUD asked for money to help TUD out? Because I just paid my water bill, and boy, it sure hasn't gone down. You know, our county employees, I feel for them. There's plenty of people in this community who are capable of doing many of those jobs who would willingly step up to help out. We all need to get back to work. Please open our schools, open our community. Let's stop the games and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can you please read the communication?
And this is from Tuolumne Utilities District, like I stated before. Honorable members of the board, Tuolumne Utilities District supports collaboration across local government and the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors in establishing child care for county employees on a temporary basis and expanding the initiative out to other units of local government. TUD, like the county, provides essential services to our community, and this unprecedented pandemic is significantly impacting the welfare and stability of our employees and their families. TUD employs approximately 80 employees required to continue working to provide essential services, many of whose families rely on two working parents and are struggling to secure child care or must consider staying home in order to provide their school-aged children the supervision and education they need. TUD would be happy to work with the county collaboratively towards a solution and options for our hardworking employees and their families. Thank you for your valuable time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. Supervisor Campbell has requested.
Yeah, I had a question earlier, and I just wanted to make a couple of statements about this. I do support this idea. Raising kids is not an easy task, and I think it's extremely irresponsible to pit working families against people who work for the county and that are first responders and people that are working in essential jobs, which I think is an argument that we're hearing, that we should make our deputies and our firefighters and other essential workers within the county suffer because everyone else is suffering. I don't agree with that argument one bit. So Supervisor Rodefer made two statements that I thought were both very insightful. One I agree with and one I don't agree with. One, he said that the essential idea of this is that we can pay for it through CARES Act fund, which will not cost county taxpayers a dime. This is not an additional tax or an additional fee that people are going to pay. This is we are going to pay for this one way or another, whether we are paying for it through the CARES Act or whether we are paying for it through diminished services in the county. One way or another, we're going to pay for it, and I would prefer keeping people at work rather than at home. But can we pay for it? And I would add to that, can we pay for it and can we do it safely? The other statement that Supervisor Rodefer said that I disagree with, but in the kindest way, he said that this is a hard decision. I don't think this is a hard decision at all. This is easy. If we have the money for this, we have a way to do it safely, and we have so much buy-in from the community, from the superintendent of the schools to TUD to the city that wants to work on this because they see that as an important opportunity. This is an opportunity for us to get people back to work and providing the services that we need. This is an easy decision. We're talking about child care for first responders and essential workers. We just had a meeting yesterday where we had the sheriff, the DA, the probation officer, fire, all of them saying that they are overstressed, their workers they're having difficulty with retention, and people are burned out. And we have an opportunity to do something to help them. I absolutely think we need to take it. And what we're talking about here is at least just coming up with a plan. If it's not feasible, it's not feasible, and we're not going to do it. But if we can do it and afford it and do it safely, I absolutely support it. And that's all I have to add.
Yeah. I'm glad you agreed with me. You actually agreed with me on both because I wasn't clear enough on the one you disagreed a little bit. This decision is difficult for me, not because I don't want to go down this path. This is difficult for me because I wish we could do more for our private sector as well. Personally, I think that this is a long-term deal. We're going to be here with COVID at least through next summer, probably through next fall and the winter. And honestly, we got to figure out a way to live with this and not the way we're living with it now. We've got to get back to normal. We've got to get our schools open. We've got to get our normal businesses back in operation. We got to figure out how to do it safely. I don't disagree with that, but we can't continue to batten down the hatches. But I'm not in control of that, okay? The governor is, to a lesser extent, the President of the United States is, but mostly in this state, the governor is. And our public health system is. We have to learn to deal with this. But in the interim, we have to keep providing those essential services. And I think it is absolutely imperative that we continue to look at this. I don't like being in this position. I wish I could do more for our private sector. I wish I could tell them, open up your restaurants, go back inside. It's 108 degrees outside. Holy cow, what are we thinking, okay? But we can't do that right now. What we do need to do right now is let our staff, and this would be my direction, let our staff pursue it in a smart way, minimize our potential future liability associated not just with the operation of these whatever pods, but also make sure that legally, we can use the money the way we want to use it. But I want to give staff direction to go ahead and pursue this. And I really, again, I'm emphasizing, I really like the fact that Kathy Parker is stepping up, and maybe we can actually get some education or some help with education, distance learning done while we're at it. Thank you.
All right, I really would like to agree with Supervisor Campbell's eloquent statements there, and Supervisor Rutherford on his position. Of anyone that understands what it takes to raise a child, I do, and I think that we need to do what we can to protect the essential services that we're providing to all the taxpayers, because they will benefit. One last thing is that there seems to be a confusion out in the public that Board of Supervisors can open and close schools at will, and we know that's not true. So if that word can get out a little bit better, it would be appreciated. That's my comments.
Thank you, John, and I agree that I believe each independent school board is responsible for their individual schools. We can get clarification on that. And again, that would be the only piece of this that I would like to see, especially if we are not on the monitoring list and there are individual school boards that are wishing to pursue openings. So with that, do you have enough direction?
We do need to know, are you telling us and you're giving us authority to make it happen, or you want us to come back with a plan?
I would like you to come back with a plan.
All right. Okay, so we would come back with a plan on September 1st. That does mean that no services obviously would be put into place.
If you feel like you know enough of the questions that were asked, if you can ascertain that information on essential workers, and I am especially interested in those essential workers that are associated with maybe emergency medical care and some of those arenas.
No, we'll definitely, once we have an answer, we'll know immediately. The other thing we were going back and forth is I do know that various child care agencies, like for us, say, ISIS, and then other counties, other agencies receive direct allocations to provide child care for like subsidies for essential workers. Now, the one that ISIS does have is subject to a financial review, so people have to submit and they have to be of a certain category. That's not what we've been talking about. So that's the other thing I've asked Sarah, and she said she would check into is, could we, meaning the board, make a subsidy, award some money to ISIS, additional dollars that might help those who don't fall. It's essential workers for that too. And nowhere do we get outside of what's been deemed as essential. So, but we might have another way rather than us doing it that we can provide something to ISIS who then can work with those who are in need. So that's, I mean, we're trying to be as creative as we can within the rules that we have, obviously, to make this happen. The other one would be, so do you want us to return with a plan, or do you want us just to proceed?
So as an idea, is it possible to give one board member the authority to work with you and approve the plan?
So I have another question on clarification, because then again, we're talking about jurisdictions and how will you prioritize, say, the city of Sonora versus CAL FIRE? I mean, how the number here can be quite large.
I mean,
I suspect much larger than 100. And so are you comfortable in trying to figure out how you're going to prioritize that?
I feel comfortable in that we've talked about this, and we would look first at first responders and direct providers. So if we have public health, dispatch, those types is where we would look at first. You would also look at if we were able to provide that to, say, doctors, nurses. They would also fall in that category. So we looked at that first, and then doing that cascading of who is essential, and it also provides for the means for the continuity of operations for everyone to continue working, yet they may not be a contact tracer or a public health nurse. So that would be where I would. Now, remembering we can't do anything, I mean, Kristen, Department of Finance made it clear, and I think it was just the example that you pulled up. We can't do anything with CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service. We cannot provide assistance to them. That was one area that Kristen did comment about her concerns.
Definitely, as we talked about different units of government, she expressed a lot more hesitance as we started looking at state and federal agencies.
So I'll go back to a comment I made earlier. My only real concern is, essential services is in the eye of the beholder, and I want to make sure that we maintain control over that money when it starts going outside of, in other words, I don't want just, not that I don't trust them, I do, absolutely, but you gave us a letter from TUD, and so I'll use them as an example. I don't want them necessarily solely determining what is essential services in their organization. I want us having at least a vote in that, and preferably a veto if necessary.
Right, remembering we would, I'm still making the recommendation as I had made previously about not doing allocations to subgovernments of the county. That means that for, say, the city of Sonora or for TUD or anyone else who had a request, it would be allowing them to submit an application to the county for the program with a list of what they're, then we decide at what level do they fall in that category. And it's a category that we aren't defining. It's one that's defined by the state and the federal government already.
My concern is not a lack of trust with those agencies. Absolutely not. But we're ultimately responsible for the expenditures of those funds. And if they ended up spending them in a way that got disapproved, we would lose that money, and we would be responsible for paying it back.
Agreed. And that's why the recommendation is not to make allocations, but to actually provide for systems where they could apply for their child to participate in that program. And then we will also just reach out to them, meaning other, like TUD and any of the others. I think if Kathy were aware of other school-age children, she is absolutely trying to do her best while schools are closed. She's trying to do everything in her power to utilize the resources they have to provide for these kind of like what do we call them, learning centers as well as like a day camp type situation, so that she's trying everything she can to help in this situation. But remembering, as some of you have already pointed out, the Board of Supervisors in any county in the state of California has no jurisdiction over school districts whatsoever. They have separately elected board members, and those board members are charged with carrying out their school districts. And like myself, I work at your behest, so does their superintendent. So if anyone is frustrated, our board does not make that decision. And yes, it is made in partnership with our local health officer, but ultimately that board has the responsibility for the business operations of their district. So I just want to make sure to state that as well. So it's not only do we come back with a plan or move forward, but also is the board going to approve use of some of our facilities for this to take place, which would include some of the distance learning centers, day camps that we've been partnering, as we've discussed with Kathy Parker. So she's given me an idea of some of those buildings. If we want children to be able to interact, obviously we're looking for places that has connectivity, because all of them are looking for Wi-Fi, so that is definitely a need. So that's why you can see any of our buildings might be of use, because we make sure that they have that connectivity in most.
I'd also be interested in if somebody like the schools have facilities that we might be able to use if they're not using them.
That's what I was going to ask, is some of the school sites might, if they're available. Ms. Riggs, I think you are adept at communicating with each of us and not violating Brown Act protocols. And so I would really ask that you develop this plan and then communicate with the supervisors. I know that is additional work for you. I understand that. But I think that if we're going to move this forward, then enough questions have been raised that I think a conversation with each supervisor would be important.
Absolutely. We will keep you updated. We'll get, once we have an answer on those very other issues, that will help us. And then we are then also digging into, are there other ways to help? We know that financial assistance to businesses is also an approved use of CARES Act. We just have to really define what does that mean, and so we're kind of diving into that. And not only that, I would imagine with Sarah, same thing, but I know for me, the CAOs, we are constantly sharing, what is everyone doing? How are you doing it? So that has been very helpful as well, and then they will also share any type of legal advice or documentation they have to support what they're doing. So, and I'll keep your board apprised as we move forward, and I know Sarah does as well, so.
All right.
Riggs, you mentioned maybe using county facilities for like hotspots for Wi-Fi. Are we talking about, if you move forward with this, just those Plaza kids or the county in large?
That was just in relation to the child care and distance learning sites.
Okay, so, I mean, you guys know where I stand on it. My 2 cents is, if you're going to move forward with this, I personally would maybe only look at first responders, because essential workers is, again, creating a great divide. But if the argument is about fire, police, doctors, those are first responders. Those are life and death people. So I think that's where, if you guys are going to go down that road, that's where I'd go. But as far as, I hear the rest of the board, and I completely, Ryan, I hear you're passionate too. I can hear the tone in your voice, and I respect that and I honor that. But the bigger picture here is we are creating a divide. I'm here to represent my constituents. I'm not here to represent county government first. I'm here to represent my constituents first, county government second. So that's where I stand.
All right. We're good?
I think so. Jason, did you have any other questions?
No further questions, but just for the board's knowledge, we'll continue to pursue, specifically with NACO, trying to reach out to the Department of Treasury, OIG, so that these ambiguities we can try and get specific answers to.
And again, I want to thank you for all your work on this. I know staff has a lot of time on this issue. All right. With that, we are going to recess for lunch, and we will reconvene at 1:30.
for public comment at 209-533-6581.
Good afternoon. This is Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. So the presentation we have for you today is informational only. No action is needed. And our presenters are actually on the phone. We have Stephanie Seuss and Bailey Hunter of Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians, and their consultants Heather Anderson and Trenton Hoffman of GHD.
Welcome. We have everyone.
Stephanie, go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Stephanie Seuss with the Chicken Ranch Rancheria of Miwok Indians of California. We're kind of excited to present you with this project today as an informational item. With me today is Bailey Hunter, our Environmental Programs Manager, Heather Anderson, and Trent Hoffman with GHD, our engineers, and Charlie Doe, who's been our project manager with Caltrans. I just want to start off with a real brief background on this project. In that we started this project about 8 years ago, as the tribe has been concerned about the access to their property from Chicken Ranch Road and Highway 108. So we looked at traffic counts, we looked at alternatives to try to figure out how to get that traffic off of Chicken Ranch Road from a safety perspective. So we are here now to the point that we're getting ready to go out to with our environmental documents. We're almost complete with our engineering, and hopefully we'll be starting construction soon. This is a Caltrans project, as it is on the state highway. However, the tribe is funding the entire work, from design, engineering, through construction, and primarily, I guess, operations and maintenance at this point. No state, federal, or local dollars are involved in this. It is a roundabout, and that came out through, over a course of time, through the studies that have been done on this road system and, everything else. So, first roundabout in Tuolumne County. I'm going to turn it over to Heather so she can give more of a perspective on what we've been working on. Heather? I am.
Go ahead, you're live with the board.
Perfect. So thank you for having us here today. Excited to present this project to you and just kind of the rest of the county. I'm not sure if, is Stephanie able to talk as well, Heather?
She was, yes.
Oh, she did already. Okay, perfect. This is interesting. Okay, so I'm not seeing any slides up there at the moment on the Zoom.
Heather, you're not going to be able to see the slides. This is Kim, and I'm going to be advancing for you. So just go ahead.
Okay.
We're on the project location slide right now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Stephanie probably went over a little bit of the background on the project location, but obviously today, a little bit of background again. The Chicken Ranch Road intersection on 108 and 49 is really the main access point right now up to the tribal land and the casino. And so looking at the opportunity to try and improve that pretty unsafe intersection today, just with the angles and the views and stopping sight distance and speeds, and moving it to a better location, which is really sitting at that dot number 2, so Sierra Rock Road and Mackey Ranch Road in 108 and 49. So if we'll go to the next slide, ultimately the project purpose and need is really hand in hand to improve traffic safety and circulation as a whole
which we see as the best way by diverting and reducing traffic at that Chicken Ranch Road intersection that's there today, so that that really becomes more of a local intersection, and the traffic then gets segregated right into the correct spots, which just ultimately will provide better connectivity for the community as a whole by improving the accessibility. So today, just as a little background, the existing conditions, looking westbound is the top left picture, and then looking eastbound is the bottom right picture. And really just, it's functioning as an intersection today, but not really a very well controlled one. And so looking at how to optimize the way that this operates in the future. So a little bit of background on modern roundabouts as a whole. Well, I've always liked to say modern roundabout instead of roundabout, and I'll explain why in a bit. But really, modern roundabouts, they improve safety for all modes. Out here in particular, there's not really a lot of pedestrian usage, but there are bicyclists in the area, avid cyclists, I would say, and not something I would want to do every day, but, it's awesome for people who do that. But roundabouts do help improve that. They also reduce congestion because things tend to be more free flow, especially if you have kind of a unidirection usage, which we mostly do in this particular location. They also reduce pollution and fuel use, especially in comparison to a signal, because most of the time people aren't stopping, right? They're coming to a yield if they have to, and almost that pseudo-California roll kind of stop, right? So they don't actually stop and emit emissions. And then overall, they tend to save money just because they require less infrastructure background, especially in our particular location, because that infrastructure for a signal doesn't really exist there today. So next slide is what are not modern roundabouts. I always like to go back there for a second because I think sometimes in general, we tend to think round equals circle equals these crazy things that I've seen elsewhere in the world, like a rotary, which is shown on the left. Those are more common in Europe, and that's definitely not what we're doing today. And traffic calming circles are the two pictures on the right, which are kind of more generally seen in like residential areas. And the thing is, they don't really have any safety features to them, right? They just suddenly kind of plunk a circular thing in the middle of the intersection. Whereas modern roundabouts have safety features, which on the next slide is kind of the design elements that are inherent to these. So there's a raised central island in the middle, which we usually delineate in kind of a different color, just so it's not obviously something that people want to drive on, but it is there. The truck apron next to it is in that different color. It's there so that in case a larger vehicle, which we do know occur on this highway all the time, is able to still travel through and maneuver through the intersection safely. And so the profile, those aren't really curbs. They kind of look like curbs, but they aren't. They're fully mountable by low boys and large oversized trucks. And actually the shape of that red in the center that you see on this slide is actually created in this weird, like ovular shape instead of just a perfect circle in order to accommodate truck turns in our intersection, because we know it is very important since it is the highway. Also, there are splitter islands on each of the kind of 4 entry points, which are shown in green, but they won't be fully landscaped. They'll more just be, the concept right now is in kind of a mulching, so it still looks like something different. It's not just a concrete world, but it's lower maintenance and lower impact, obviously, to the facility because no one has to really get out and maintain it. And then as well as entry deflections. So that's what that bottom call out is showing. And that's really that key safety feature. It helps deflect people to force them to slow down. And we design these things, especially a single modern roundabout, lane modern roundabout like this, to never exceed what they call a fast path. So if you were to drive this thing like a race car driver, you actually can't drive it faster than 25 miles an hour. And honestly, when the dust settles on these calculations, we're more looking at somewhere in the 15 to 20 mile per hour marker. It's just that's the design guidance, is it always needs to be less than 25. And when I say race car driving, I mean that means you're hugging every curb just right, lining up angularly to get through this thing as fast as you possibly can. And the reality is it's very rare that people get a chance to drive them like that. So next slide is just kind of a, semi-local example that just recently got completed over on State Route 49 and Main Street up near Plymouth. So you can see kind of how that truck apron looks in the center island. And this in particular location is slightly different because there was a very heavy pedestrian usage because of those businesses on the corners, but just kind of a good representation of, similar type of traffic that we would expect to see at our intersection. So just kind of a nice, fairly local one. And this was the first roundabout that was constructed in Caltrans District 10. And so the one that we're looking at designing and presenting today would actually be the second, even though it's the first in Tuolumne County. And then I'm not sure, Kim, if this slide's going to work, but in case it doesn't, this link is just a really nice video that shows kind of how trucks maneuver through these roundabouts.
Heather, we'll give it a try. It worked earlier, so just hold on here a second. Okay. I'm going to put it up to the speaker.
Roundabouts. The word may conjure up thoughts of driving through the streets of London rather than right here in the States. And for some of us, it may just be flat out intimidating. But roundabouts like the one right here in the city of Kerman are becoming more and more common, not only in the state of California, but nationwide.
Well, at the beginning, I hated it.
Many residents, like Jose Munoz, weren't too thrilled at the construction of the Kerman roundabout last fall. Maintenance and Operations Director John Liu says that this is a pretty typical reaction at first.
This is an experience that is just happening throughout the U.S. Once people learn that, hey, you know what, it actually works pretty well. I don't have to sit at a light, wait for the thing to turn green. It's just much more efficient. People turn around and start to like it.
After a while, it turned out pretty great. I mean, people got a hang of it.
But efficiency isn't the main focus when it comes to roundabouts. Studies by the National Transportation Research Board show roundabouts have 35% fewer accidents and 90% fewer fatal accidents compared to other types of intersections.
We saw evidence throughout the country. There's about 4,000 roundabouts in the U.S., and it just has overwhelmingly good results when it comes to safety.
Splitter islands, like the one shown here, force vehicles to slow to speeds of about 15 miles per hour, reducing the potential for serious collisions while allowing even large trucks to turn the curve with ease.
We expect the number to grow exponentially. They're not going to be for every single intersection. It's just going to be where it makes sense.
In District 6 alone, as many as 20 new roundabouts are planned for construction in upcoming years. While for some it may not seem to make sense at first, drivers like Jose Munoz have found out firsthand the benefits to having a roundabout.
There's no stop. There's no light. If there's no traffic, you just go on through. But when there's traffic, it's not that slow. It's just wait for the guy to pass, you pass, and you're good about it. Perfect.
As Caltrans continues to develop safer and more efficient approaches to transportation, roundabouts may not be too foreign of a concept after all. With District 6, this is Public Information Officer Alea Howe with Caltrans.
Perfect. I love technology. Thank you for watching that video. I think it does it really well. Just kind of to hit on a couple points that were in that video. So the next slide is kind of that roundabout safety overview. And really when comparing a roundabout intersection to a signal intersection, which is what we had to do as part of this planning and early design efforts for this project. So ultimately, really more focusing on that vehicle conflict points, but these are standard images that are provided by the Federal Highway Administration. And so when looking at a signal versus a single lane roundabout, you actually have 32 conflict points on the far left image of at a signal intersection versus only 8 conflict points with a roundabout. And just disregarding the speed differential of where those conflict points occur, cutting those down to just 25% of the number inherently is going to help with your amount of collisions. So the next slide is representing kind of what those crash reduction looks like. And again, this is more on a nationwide level. They've been analyzing this from the FHWA standpoint, but that's what that Caltrans video was also alluding to, is overall you get a huge reduction in that fatality collision marker, which is that 90% reduction. And in addition, the 75% reduction on injury collisions. And this is really just, again, nationwide and in multiple situations and scenarios, and they're still, obviously, we're updating the data, but as people get more familiar and more localized to the way that these work, these numbers just go down even further, right? Because it's generally the same traffic using them every day, and they just get very used to them. So we would expect to see an even bigger reduction over time. And so that is kind of always a nice pinpoint at this public opinion of roundabouts. And just like to touch on the fact, and again, this is an FHWA statistic, but before a roundabout gets installed, especially in a first community, which is going to be similar to this one with, in the county, in general, it's more negative than positive, unfortunately, for how public perception feels. And so statistically, nationwide, usually public perception is about 68% negative when you add the negative and the very negative numbers together on the far left. Then what FHWA has done is between a year or 2 years after the roundabout's been fully installed, they go and survey the public again. And what you see then is the right image, which is showing that it changes from that 68% negative to actually 73% positive. And the other kind of interesting feature between those two is that on the left side, you can see that it's positive, neutral, pretty low numbers, very negative, and negative, whereas on the right side, there are no negatives at all, and there are no very negatives at all, and it all becomes the opposite number of the positive is neutral. So that's just kind of a nice tidbit to look at. It's, again, back to that, as people get used to them, kind of overall public opinions start to change. So again, I mentioned, that we didn't just start this from scratch, and we have been working on this for a long time. I'm sure, Stephanie alluded to as well. This has been in the process for 5+, 7+ years. I've been working on it personally for the last 3 years now. And as part of the analysis required, since we're on the highway, we had to look at, 3 different alternatives. And so that would be the no build, so we just basically leave it alone. What if we turned it into a signalized intersection versus what we turned it into a roundabout intersection? And so the top table is kind of a today year opening concept of what the level of service looks like, whereas the bottom table is what happens in the future design year, which is 20 years out. And you can see if we do nothing today and if we do nothing in 20 years, basically the level of service at this intersection is a level of service D. If we were to construct a signal here, which is fairly comparable to the roundabout cost, we get a level of service B in today's year, and we get a level of service BC in the future year, which is pretty similar. And then roundabout, though, we get an A in both situations. So from a level of service perspective, the roundabout definitely wins. But the bigger key that I always like to look at is that delay, right? So because we measure delay in both impacts to just general public, but also impacts to the environment. And so if you look at the signal, the delay in seconds is, 12 seconds to 13 seconds in, today's time, versus in 20 years it goes up to a little over 17-second delay, which that just increases the overall life cycle cost. And that's what you see on that far right column in the bottom table. And so what we took that information and we worked through with Caltrans, since this is their facility, is we did a formal intersection control evaluation, which is short for ICE process, just kind of fun to say, where we basically took all of the data that was described on the table before and looked at other evaluation scoring criteria as a group. And each functional unit at Caltrans actually gave a rating and a score to each of the alternatives, the traffic signal versus the roundabout, because everyone agreed that we need to do something at this intersection. The question then became, what's the correct treatment? And so you can see kind of the bottom summary at this table. The total is that the roundabout won by about 200 more points compared to the signal. But the bigger takeaway is the collision cost savings over 20 years and the delay cost savings over the next 20 years. And the delay cost savings are pretty similar, a little bit higher for the roundabout, but really the kicker is the collision cost savings. You can see it would actually cost $6.6 million for the signal, whereas you save $5.6 million in the roundabout. So basically a difference of a little over $12 million between the two ends of the pendulum. And then that really translates to that benefit cost ratio for kind of everyone and all users moving forward. So where are we at right now? Just kind of a quick outline in the process. So we've been working on this for over 3 years, done the preliminary engineering. We've done the environmental doc preparation at this point with all the technical studies, which I'll dive into in a second. We've started the final design, and we're moving towards circulating the environmental document and getting approval of that document and finalizing our construction document preparation to ultimately bid the project. And we are looking to start construction spring, summer of next year is the goal. So the technical studies, we've done all the standards, looked at all the bugs and bunnies, and looked at, the aquatic delineation and air quality, how the land use is working, all the things that are required of us via CEQA. So through the California Environmental Quality Act, we've declared or decided that this should be an initial study, negative declaration based on Caltrans involvement. Caltrans is actually the lead agency for the document, but we do not need to do what they call NEPA, the National Environment Policy Act, since we don't have any federal involvement on the project. So what the project alternative actually looks like, it's kind of a pretty picture and a zoomed in one, but ultimately a single lane roundabout like we were looking at before on identifying features of the modern roundabout. You can see on kind of the outer edges of the approaches, again, those kind of red bands, those are what we call truck blisters, which are really mirrors of that truck apron in the center island, and those are purely there to help facilitate really large truck movement. And I'm talking like the big boys, like the oversized where it's got the big yellow band on the back that says oversized loads and has the truck behind it. They have to have special permits. But this will actually accommodate those. It's part of the new Caltrans process. And then we have work on both of the, county/tribal road approaches with Sierra Rock Road and Mackey Ranch Road in order to conform to the new intersection. So big picture, we're looking at 4 major construction stages, which I'll go through kind of quickly, but moral of the story is keeping the highway open at all times. Not going to lie, construction always, there's always delays because of construction, but the goal and the way that this is being staged is that the highway never actually closes. Worst case, it would go down to single lane flagger control, and that would only be in order to place safety features for the contractor. So that would be on off hours, and so that we, reduce our impacts overall to the community. So stage 1 would be largely to work, I'm going to call, I guess, on the southern side or the eastbound direction of 10849 in this area, kind of on the Sierra Rock Road side. So build that side of the highway and half of the roundabout intersection so that in stage 2, we can move traffic that direction. So again, propagating so that we never actually close the highway, like fully impact everyone because there is not a good route or alternative route in this area. Then we would work on the northbound or northern side or the westbound direction of the intersection, including Mackey Ranch Road Leg. And then we would be into temporary roundabout control, which is stage 3, and mostly finishing up some of that more detailed work like the splitter islands and the center island that you were seeing in that red and green color on the pretty picture. And then ultimately, as a big picture, final stage is doing one nice clean overlay lift on the top pavement with all the brand new striping. That way it looks like one nice finished product. So with that, any questions? And if anyone comes up with anything later from either the board or the public, there's an email there too.
Thank you. So are there any board questions?
I just off the top of my head, the most roundabouts that I've been on are like in smaller community areas. This is obviously on a fast-moving Highway 108. How do you mitigate people flying into there, especially at the beginning of all this when it's first implemented? It might sound like a dumb question. I'm just curious what the experience is with putting these on highways.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Well, should I repeat it?
Is there
Did she hear
signage or
anything?
something?
Is there going to be signage?
Yeah,
Lights flashing, signage.
something?
Yeah. Heather, you can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's muffled, but I can hear you.
Okay, it's because I'm wearing a mask. So what Supervisor Kirk is asking is how are we going to prevent people from flying in there, that's 55 speed limit? What kind of signage will be up advising of the upcoming or the approaching roundabout?
Perfect. Okay, good question. Yeah, I didn't really focus on that, but there will be flashing beacon warning signs at the kind of before the splitter islands start, and those are quite a bit longer than is really obvious on a pretty exhibit like what was shown in the presentation. But then there's also what we call speed reduction curves that help force and slow down people. So there will be a combination of signing, striping, and then the island start is actually interrelated to forcing that speed reduction, kind of all intertwined. And it's a gradual, too, where we're slowing people, from really the 60, 65 mile per hour, even though they're not supposed to be driving that fast, but slowing them down gradually to that 55, 45, 35 into, the 20 mile per hour, even 15 in the actual roundabout. And that's on both sides.
John, are you with us?
I do not have any specific questions. I know that until you get used to roundabouts, they are a little confusing. But I have been to some really pretty large ones going out 10 toward Palm Springs area and stuff, and the traffic flows pretty well. That's all.
All right. Well, don't see any other questions, and so this is information only. Is there any public comment on this item? And seeing no public comment, I want to thank you for taking the time to present to us today. I know I personally have been getting some questions about this, and there is certainly some curiosity out in the community. I would assume that other supervisors may be receiving questions also. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. And Kim, just a minute here. Can I ask how long you anticipate your presentation, Darren, Tyler?
About 10 to 15 minutes presentation.
Oh, okay. All right. Then we'll go ahead. Kim, I know you've got another item, so we'll get to you right after that. All right. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
Presentation of draft active transportation plan. Please call in at 209-533-6581 for public comment.
Thank you. And I'm not trying to cut you short. I was just trying to juggle other staff.
I fully understand and would have been happy to sit back and let someone go ahead, but we do appreciate moving us through. Thank you for having us here today. We're here to talk about the active transportation plan. We being myself, Darren Grossi, the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, and Tyler Somerset's here with me today. He's the Senior Planner. He's our active transportation coordinator, involved with a lot of walkways, transit, trail projects in the county, as you probably all well know. And then we also have Jeff Schwein of Green Dot Transportation on the line. Jeff's going to do a PowerPoint that should be about 10 to 15 minutes and be happy to answer any questions. So active transportation plans, why are they important? Active transportation plan funding programs, which the California Transportation Commission administers, brings together federal funding, state SB1 money, as well as state highway account funds, and they have a cycle every 2 years. And they do a call for projects. We're coming up on a cycle 5 with an application deadline of September 15th. We're working on 2 applications, one in Jamestown at 5th Avenue and other parts of Jamestown, as well as one with the city of Sonora on Stockton Road, Dragoon Gulch, up towards the high school. Millions and millions of dollars available. I think this year, this cycle, there's $440 million or something to go around California. Any project that needs funding through the ATP has to be in your active transportation plan. So that's why it's real important. We've had a public input process that Jeff's going to talk about here in a minute that began way back in May of 2019. Him and Tyler have been going to a lot of different community events. And then we're scheduled to conclude public input process by August 28th. With plan adoption by the TCTC on September 9th. That way we have a formal plan adopted when the applications go in for funding later in the month. So, Tyler, would you like to add anything to that? No, covered it. Okay, Jeff, I guess Jeff might be on the line.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hello. How can you hear me all right?
You're a little quiet.
Okay. How's that? I'll speak up.
Much better.
Great. Okay. So I'm seeing Darren and Tyler on my screen. Do I just have to sort of wing it for following along with the slides?
Yeah, Jeff, Tyler will move the slides through and I think we're familiar enough with your presentation. He can do that for you.
All right.
Go ahead and begin.
Great. Okay. So you got the first slide up, and is my volume okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, I'll just carry on here. My name's Jeff Schwein. I'm the consultant on the project. Me and my project team have been working on an active transportation plan for the whole county, which includes the smaller communities. This plan, if you could go to the next slide, Tyler.
Okay.
Yeah, so this plan is basically an active transportation plan is a bicycle and pedestrian master plan. So the term active transportation plan basically kind of makes it so it aligns with the state funding. An active transportation plan really is targeting walkers and bikers, but also people with disabilities, people with mobility needs, such as motorized scooters. And the goal for developing an active transportation plan is to improve the safety for vulnerable users like bikers and walkers and people in wheelchairs or scooters. And the plan is targeted to help improve connectivity throughout the communities in order to give people an option as opposed to driving a car. Give them another option for transportation. So without this plan in place, you're not eligible for funding. So Tuolumne County needed a updated active transportation plan, and that's the goal here, is to develop one, have it in place, pursue funding, and have everyone have their say in what projects are moving forward. We can go to the next slide, Tyler. So this slide should say planning up at the top, and basically this is just a list of some of the preliminary plans that over the past 10 or 15 years have been in the works that help to develop projects that will improve bicycling, walking, safety for vulnerable users throughout the county. It includes things like the Regional Transportation Plan, the Vision Sonora Plan, the community plans, things like general plan, circulation element. So all those planning efforts, we kind of take the best pieces for active transportation. We look at them, we analyze them, and we create this active transportation plan based around sort of the needs of Tuolumne County in general. Okay, the next slide. This slide is past and current projects. I just wanted to give you a taste of some of the past projects and then some of the ones that we're working on right now that Darren just mentioned. The Jamestown Sidewalk projects, this has been over the last couple of years, the county has really been focusing on improving walkability in Jamestown. And so we've noticed new sidewalks going up over there. One of the projects that was identified in this plan that is currently being pursuing some of that active transportation program grant money that Darren mentioned is finishing out the Jamestown sidewalk project. So doing some gap connections and doing some a safe route to school connection between the elementary school and the highway. Other projects on here you can see, they're probably familiar to you. And there are two applications pursuing funding in this round. One is the Dragoon Gulch Connector Trail, and the other is the one I just mentioned, the Jamestown Safe Route to School project. So the next slide is about community engagement. We did have a very robust community engagement component to this project. We have been reaching out to the community over the last 15 months. We've developed, of course, with COVID, a very strong web-based community outreach program, which includes questionnaire, it includes a project website, and a lot of social media activities. We did hold, prior to lockdown and COVID happening, quite a few live outreach events. We held community workshops in Groveland, Jamestown, and Sonora. And we held some pop-up outreach where we just put a table at an existing event. And the goal of the outreach is to collect feedback. Hey, what do you guys see in your community that are barriers to walking and biking, barriers to mobility transport, things like that. So we got a lot of great feedback throughout the process here from the community, and that helped drive and support the projects that were being put forth by public works departments, by other trails organizations and things like that. Next slide, please. So the main feedback that we got was we would like wider shoulders on our roads at least for a place to be, for a walker, for a biker, for somebody with a mobility device. Ideally, I want to separate those vulnerable users from the vehicles with a physical separation, such as a planter, a barrier, having a separate path that's not next to the road, things like that. So that's the ideal, and you kind of pare it back and you cater it to the right-of-way, the topography, sort of the context of where the project is. We heard that people want bike lanes, they want sidewalks, they want to be able to cross the street safely at dangerous intersections, they want connectivity between different communities in Tuolumne County, and they want trails. So this is what we heard. We got very specific comments about specific intersections, specific lengths of roadway, and that's where the projects ultimately came from. So next slide will be solutions. You can just basically go down to the one that says current design practices. Thankfully, we have some very progressive design guidelines that we're able to use in the state of California. This wasn't the case even 5 years ago. We were very constrained by vehicle, car-oriented design guidelines. But we do have some resources from Federal Highways and from the National Association of Transportation City Officials. And those guidelines have been accepted by the folks who are in charge of setting the guidelines of California. So design practices are very flexible. We have the ability to do some really unique things, which we need to, especially in counties like Tuolumne, which, there's varied terrain. We're working with really old infrastructure and narrow streets. And so we need to adapt and be able to have some flexibility in our design practices. The next slide basically talks about, in this plan, in the active transportation plan, we have an entire program for encouragement and awareness of the comfort, the safety, the benefits of getting on a bike or walking to a destination. This includes riding transit. I don't want to leave that out because transit goes hand in hand with walking and biking connectivity and infrastructure. So the education and encouragement, the awareness campaigns, those are really important to help folks understand that times are changing. The bicycle is a very effective mode of transportation. Lots of people want to be on their feet and walking and not in cars. The economic benefits of having people not in their car, the people spend money, the cars don't. So these encouragement and awareness campaigns are really valuable and powerful in say a county like Tuolumne. And this includes things like programs, bike programs through the schools, walking and biking efforts that have to do with showing people, hey, let's get all these kids and walk to school one day. Those sorts of programs. A lot of them focused around schools, but also to the general public through media campaigns and things like that. So let's get into some of the projects here. I wanted to go through an overview of the projects, and I did this in map form. We can go 2 slides now. So the overview of the projects, basically, this map shows in general where they are. A lot of you might be able to pick out projects in your specific districts or communities, but certainly they're spread pretty far and wide throughout the county. But a lot of them are focused within the communities, and there are projects that are specific kind of inter-community connections, like between Columbia and Sonora, between Jamestown and Sonora. Up in Groveland, there's a large connectivity project, projects like that. So this is just kind of a graphic map there, but we do have project lists that will be in the plan, and I'm going to go through a little bit of those. Next slide would be the regional routes. These are routes that really are routes that kind of the recreational cyclists as well as the commuters want to see move forward. We'll go to the next slide, which talks about the priority projects. So we did an analysis of projects in Tuolumne County and their readiness for funding. So this means how far along are they in the environmental process? Have they gotten a full package of community support for it? How competitive would it be? What are the benefits going to be? How can we show the funding programs that this project deserves millions of dollars? So the priority projects we picked out, I think there were about 8 or 10 of them. You can go to the next slide. It actually shows the projects. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 of them. And 2 of those, like I mentioned, are moving forward with applications for the current round of funding that's available over the next year. There are a lot of projects in this plan. We wanted to make sure that we had the projects in there that the community was screening for, that the community really needs. And so all those projects are in the plan, and they're positioned for various levels of funding. The priority projects are just the ones that are, hey, we're ready to go now. Then we have Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects as well. So I'll just talk about the next steps. You can go 2 slides forward there. So right here, the public draft of this active transportation plan is out for review right now. We've been receiving comments back on the draft. We've been doing our rounds at City Council and Transportation Commission, now for you folks at the board. The next step is to close that comment period, address the comments at the end of this month, August 28th. We have that first week of September to revise the report and polish it up, and then the final report is expected to go to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council on September 9th, and we're hoping for an adoption at that point and have the plan in place so we can start pursuing funding for the projects. So the next slide just shows, there is, we have a website for the project, active2olnecounty.com, and you can find the public draft there, information, and certainly if you need to contact me, you can ask me questions right now, or tell a friend and reach out by the email address on the slide there. And certainly you can go through Tyler and Darren, and they know how to find me, and we're happy to answer any questions about the plan.
Okay, thank you. We'd be happy to answer any questions from the board or the public at this time.
Are there any board questions? I think a number of us had the opportunity to attend your the different workshops that you held, and they were very informational and really laid out the intent and a lot of this information, which is good information. John, any questions?
Yeah. Just a comment. There's tremendous lot of work that went into this document, and I've seen the presentations more than once, and want to thank Green Dot and also TCTC staff for all the work that they put into this. I think it's a reasonable plan, and it's something that most everyone can understand. Thank you.
Is there any public comment?
Hi, my name's Carl Baker. I live in Columbia. I just want to follow up on comments that I made to the TCTC, that I made at numerous public meetings about this project. I wrote a letter to Darren and to the city and county staff, David Gonzalez and Tim Miller, on January 18th, 2019, making multiple points, but what I really want to identify here is bringing to light the need to plan for access to the Law and Justice Center and looking in detail at the corridor between Sonora and East Sonora. We have the Monowi interchange there, Sanguinetti Road, Sanguinetti Loop intersection. You should all be well aware that someone trying to negotiate through there on a bicycle or walking to try to get to where the proposed access to the Law and Justice Center is going to be located on Sanguinetti Loop is a mess, and nobody on how it's supposed to work. This plan couldn't come up with a particular project to address what needs to be done there. But it very well should have included a discussion of what the deficiencies are there and the need for them to be studied. Caltrans has money available every year to study these kinds of problems, and I don't know why it's not in there. In addition, in looking at that corridor, there's all kinds of things in the general plan, both for the city and for the county, about using active transportation, about locating affordable housing. There are great opportunities for county staff and community development to participate in this process. They just made a determination that they're going to start using vehicle miles traveled as their metric. You think that they would need to know about active transportation needs in the county so that they could correlate those needs with the mitigation under CEQA for their projects? They didn't participate in this process. So essentially this plan is a review of a bunch of old plans. Explicitly it was stated that this plan wasn't going to put anyone's favorite projects aside.
Okay.
But it didn't actually look, it asked people what they wanted, but it didn't actually do any planning. And that's just a tragically lost opportunity.
Okay, we appreciate those comments, and I'm going to look to the gentleman sitting at the table here as to if those comments have been integrated into some form of a comment section, or how you...
Yes, it's certainly been included as part of our public input process, and it's been responded to in the plan, not exactly in the form that Mr. Baker has requested. We do have access to the Law and Justice Center via Old Wards Ferry Road planned. We do have good facilities planned in East Sonora as well. They aren't necessarily top priorities, but they're all in there. There's many, many projects in our plan that you don't see here in an overview presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate that fact also. Is there any other public comment? All right, and again, I know it was said, but if folks want to comment on this, can you state one more time how they would do that?
Yes, if they'd love to see the detailed plan, they can always go to www.active-tuolumnecounty.com to see the full plan. There's information on how they can reach out to us and make some final comments. Again, the deadline for comments is August 28th.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We appreciate the presentation. All right. Cece, will you please read item 16?
Discussion and consideration of submitting comments to Yosemite National Park on the Ackerson Meadow Restoration Project. Please call in to 209-533-6581 if you have public comment.
Quincy.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Let's get excited for natural resources. We have two items here before you this afternoon. Neither of these items were able to go to the Natural Resources Committee for lack of a quorum, but I'm going to do my best today to help guide you to guide me. The first project we have is the Ackerson Meadow and South Ackerson Meadow Restoration Project. You probably didn't know that these two meadows make up the largest mid-elevation meadow complex in Yosemite National Park. They're also important habitat for state endangered great gray owl, and the little willow flycatcher, as long as many other at-risk species. The Yosemite National Park and the Stanislaus National Forest are jointly proposing to implement actions to reduce erosion and restore the wetland functionality at the Ackerson and South Ackerson Meadow area. In your staff report, I have listed the many goals of this project, which include minimizing and mitigating impacts related to restoration activities, restoring wetlands, and to provide continued grazing on U.S. Forest Service managed lands while protecting recovering wetlands, riparian areas, and archaeological resources. The Yosemite National Park plans to initiate a formal environmental assessment process towards the end of this year, but is this at this time requesting input on issues that their planning team should address in the upcoming process, additional alternatives that they should consider, as well as information on their general approach. As I said, this item was scheduled for the Natural Resources Committee. However, we were unable to obtain a quorum, and therefore I have no direction to provide to your board today. Comments are being requested by August 25th, and so I'm here today to see if your board would like to make a comment and can provide any direction to me that I could work on a letter with the board chair to submit on your behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, and there was just a little bit of conversation with some of the participants that were on the call, and I think there is value in commenting on this, and I believe that we had some responses back from a few members. We did send out an email to all the members in the committee asking if they had any suggestions on comments with this. Again, as with so many of these projects, it would be nice if, and again, working with the different users that are out there, if they were identified earlier, and then the cost of restoration would be greatly mitigated. Unfortunately, we know the constraints around that, but I think it is important to emphasize the point that the earlier these are done, they don't become very, very expensive projects. And I would be happy to work with staff on developing comments.
I think this is important stuff, and I agree with everything that Supervisor Brennan said, and I'll be glad to work with Supervisor Brennan on working with the staff on that. So I think we do need to make comments.
And I agree.
So, this is John. Hello?
Yeah, John.
Okay, I agree. We need to make some comments, and I'm there. You are extremely familiar with it. You know, it goes back a number of years. Meeting in Yosemite and with Park Superintendent and others, and I think the importance there is that they do it in a reasonable way, and I'm not sure if restoring it back to the wetlands is the absolute best way. Quite frankly, if that hadn't been grazed by cattle for the last 100+ years, you probably wouldn't have a meadow at all. It would be pine trees. So, this in reading the document saying that because of the past use is what made it be degraded as a meadow is really kind of counterproductive to what really happened. It was maintained as a meadow because it was used the way it was. So anyway, that's my comments. But I'm fine with you working with staff to come up with some basic answers and questions on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and I think your points are well taken. If there's
just another comment, I offered to help, but if there's another supervisor the reason I offered is because I'm on the Natural Resources Committee, but if there's someone else, I don't have much, that is not in my district, let's just put it that way. So if there's some high-level interest of another supervisor, I would be glad to accede to them as well.
Carl, I'm it is my district, but I'm fine with you being that I'm a little bit, not in my best condition here, and I would think that you went through the process when property was transferred also, so I think you have a clear understanding of it. Thank you.
I'll be happy to serve. Thanks.
At this time, I'd ask if there's any public comment. And I will say, I know there was somebody that was waiting for this item earlier, Mr. Jim Phelan. I believe he did provide some written comments also to us, but I think he was really wanting to make the point that Supervisor Gray made. All right. So with that, I will bring this back to the board, and I'm looking for an action.
I move that Chairwoman Brennan and Supervisor Rotifer work with staff to provide a response.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer and a second from Supervisor Gray. Will you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Nykirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rotifer.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 17?
Discussion and consideration of submitting comments on the Sierra Pacific Industry Final Habitat Conservation Plan for Northern and California Spotted Owl and final environment impact statements, Klamath, Cascade, and Sierra Nevada Mountains, California. If you'd like to call in for public comment, please do so now at 209-533-6581.
Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. If you thought Ackerson Meadow was fun, just hold on to your seats because we're about to talk about consideration of submitting comments on an environmental impact report for a habitat conservation plan, which covers SPI's activities across California. So the Habitat Conservation Plan is a planning document which an applicant does when they need an incidental take permit, which doesn't mean that they are going to necessarily kill an endangered species, but it does mean that they could harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect them. So it covers a variety of activities. The proposed incidental take permit will cover two bird subspecies, the northern spotted owl and the California spotted owl. The HCP proposes conservation measures which are considered necessary to minimize and mitigate the impacts to these species to the maximum extent practicable. The environmental impact statement is a federal environmental document under NEPA, and it evaluates the environmental consequences of issuing the incidental take permit. And it will cover all the activities in California where SBI timber management operations occur, and it's a 50-year incidental take permit. I've included an excerpt from the final environmental impact statement in your memo, which summarizes the project and the potential effects. This item was also scheduled for the Natural Resources Committee, but due to a lack of quorum, we were not able to obtain direction for your board. Comments must be submitted by August 28th, and so again, I'm looking for direction and the opportunity to work with your board chair to draft a letter in response to this project. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
And so again, I will provide just a little bit of perspective on this. SPI worked at length with Region 5 to come up with this document, and as I am told, this is the premise of this document is what YSS is currently looking at as they move forward on that large landscape analysis. Again, this is a necessary document that has to be in place, and the participants of YSS, I think, will provide some feedback to us, and I am confident that they will, but I would actually applaud SBI's effort in getting this done in unison with folks that were able to support it from the collaborative and Region 5. Any other comments or questions?
So you're going to work with her on the letter or response?
I will work on a response.
And if you need another supervisor,
in support of this effort.
and if you need another supervisor, I would be happy to help, but I'm fully confident in your abilities.
Well, as the other member of the Natural Resources Committee, if you need help, I'll do that as well. But I'm fine with Supervisor Kirk helping you as well. Your choice.
Thank you. And I would say that I believe Mr. Buckley was present in some conversations while we were waiting for a quorum, and he made some comments on this about how proactive this document was. So with that, I will ask if there is any public comment. All right, thank you. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
I'll move to let Chairwoman Brennan work with staff to come up with input to this, and she can choose who she wants to work with.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
I'll beat you, John.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second from Supervisor Kirk. Please do the roll call.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Anaya Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rutherford.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. Will you please read item 18?
Consideration of approving the purchase of real property and a temporary construction easement from APN 003020036 for the Rawhide Road Bridge Replacement Project number 1331 in the amount of $217,000 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement. Please call in now at 533-6581 for public comment.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I don't know how I'm going to follow Quincy's very exciting act. The Rawhide Road Bridge began preliminary engineering and design in 2004, and in 2018 and 2019, respectively, we had NEPA and CEQA approved. In February 2019, the county received authorization to begin right-of-way activities, including acquisition of real property and easements necessary for the construction and maintenance of the project. The project requires the acquisition of real property and/or easements from 8 parcels with 5 different property owners. Appraisals were completed in summer of 2019, and letters drafted and sent to the owners in late 2019. 3 of the 8 acquisitions are currently in escrow, including the 2 parcels from the same property owner that we're discussing today. The agreement in front of your board today is for the acquisition of 5.06 acres of real property and 2,400 square feet of temporary construction easement from APN 003-020-036 in the amount of $217,000. The project is currently budgeted in the fiscal year 2021 budget. The right-of-way phase is funded 88.53% by the Highway Bridge Program and 11.47% through traffic impact mitigation funds. Do you have any questions for me?
Any board questions? Is there any public comment on this item? There's no public comment. I'm going to bring this back.
Well, since it's in District 5, I'll move on staff recommendation.
And I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second from Supervisor Campbell. Please do the roll call.
Supervisor Sherry Brennan.
Aye.
Supervisor Ryan Campbell.
Aye.
Supervisor Nye Kirk.
Aye.
Supervisor John Gray.
Aye.
Supervisor Carl Rutherford.
Aye. Let's get it done.
Thank you. Motion
Thank you.
carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 19?
Presentation on legal framework and potential mechanisms that allow for a joint fire parcel tax measure between the county and other local jurisdictions and direction to staff. If you have public comment, please call in at 209-533-6581 now. Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, Christopher Schmidt, Deputy County Counsel. Oh, there's Liz. She's going to help me with the slides. You want to get the lights?
Sure.
After recent budget shortfalls in fire services and failure of the general tax measures at the ballot last spring, your board considered a special parcel tax last month focusing on fire services. At that time, the city and a few districts also providing fire services expressed interest in joining the effort by the way of a joint tax measure, including all the agencies. However, that was not possible, at least in time for the November 2020 ballot. That's because a joint tax measure would require formation of a new legal entity, and there would be no way to achieve everything required by the August 4th deadline. Your board then requested our office prepare legal options for fire service revenue, combining the city, county, districts, everybody desiring to be included, even though this would likely require a special election due to the lack of a general election until 2022. Before we get to the options, the goals as we understand them are that, one, we want to adequately fund fire suppression and prevention services. We also want to allow for a joint tax measure with several agencies, so the entity does not have to, all the entities don't have to bring their own measure, which could lead to a confusing ballot. And on that note, we have been in contact with the city and GCSD and their council already, and we're waiting to hear from the fire protection districts on plans for their participation. As another goal, we want to have a special election before the 2021-22 fiscal year to potentially benefit that budget year, and that would be an all-mail ballot. As a final goal, we want to, of course, give this the best chance of success possible. So we have essentially a list of 3 options to further those goals. Joint Powers Authority, County Service Area, and a Mello-Roos Community Facilities District, all presumably funded with a special parcel tax for fire services. Before I give a very high-level overview of each, I must note that all of these options are legal entities separate from the county and other participating agencies. That gives the new separate entity the authority to propose a tax on behalf of all participants. Being a separate agency with its own taxing power, any ballot measure the new entity would propose would only be voted on by voters within the new agency's boundaries, and that boundary would match those of the member agencies only. As your board is aware, if the county proposed the tax, all voters within the county boundaries would vote on it, including the cities and districts. And this is required by the Constitution and case law. And this was one of the negative aspects of the last proposed measure because that excluded the city and districts, but those voters would be voting on it. And that would be confusing for them why that's on their ballot. So these options narrow the electorate and fulfill that goal. So moving on to the first option of Joint Powers Authority, or JPA. The Joint Power Authority is 2 or more public agencies, which can be a combination of local governments, counties, cities, and districts, which may jointly exercise any power common to all of them. As proposed here, they would exercise those powers, such as taxing powers, through the JPA as a separate entity due to that goal of holding a joint tax measure. This is our simplest and least time-consuming option. However, considering the number of agencies to coordinate with, formation and passage of a tax measure for March 2021 is aggressive. June 2021 special election is probably more feasible. So as an overview of the tasks and timeline for a JPA, between today and February 1st of next year, staff would need to get direction from all legislative bodies on the content of not just the JPA agreement, but content of the tax measures that the JPA would later approve. The input for the JPA agreement would include things like its board of directors, officers, meeting procedure, auditing, and legal representation, and its purpose and powers. In other words, does it simply tax and distribute the revenue, or does it perform actual fire services also, which would call for expanded authority and contracts and personnel and things like that? Input needed for the tax measures would include things such as the type of the tax, the rate, with application and exemptions. It doesn't have to be a special parcel tax, but that is one we recommend that fits this situation. With that direction, staff would need to draft a JPA agreement and the tax measure. Then all agencies must approve the JPA agreement and form a consensus on the content of the tax measure, which the JPA would later approve. Then between February 1st and March 12th of next year, the new JPA would hold at least 2 meetings to finish formation, pass bylaws, the tax measure, and a resolution calling the election, all before March 12th, which is the deadline for a June 8th, 2021 special election. Staff would also need to complete Secretary of State filings for the JPA and approve conflict of interest policies. So as your board can see, to meet this schedule, it would require all agencies to come to a consensus and agreement quickly. However, out of the 3 options, this affords the most control and potential for rapid completion. The county service area is the next option. This is a local agency established through LAFCO procedures and governed by your board. Examples include our county road CSAs. These are simply entities that allow the ability to impose a tax or assessment to fund additional or enhanced services to a particular area. Formation follows LAFCO procedures as outlined here. And once complete, if this option were selected, we would propose the special parcel tax. However, the Department of Public Works estimates, based on their experience, a minimum of 1 year for formation, but a more realistic average timeline is 2 to 3 years for formation. So the length of the process for CSA does not match the goal of achieving revenue next year. The final option is a Mello-Roos Community Facilities District, or a CFD. This option bears some resemblance to a CSA, but they are more common to large phase developments with bonds financed by tax revenue. While it does not involve LAFCO for formation, it carries just as much or more procedural complexity, especially if it's empowered to issue bonds. Given our situation does not involve a phased development or extensive facilities, this option may be overkill. And like a CSA, it has a similar time estimate of 1 to 3 years for formation. So to conclude, a JPA has the most potential to meet all the goals. However, a CSA or a CFD may require a substantially longer timeline. Ultimately, this decision is for the policymaker to decide, provide direction on these items, and we'll defer to the CAO on any input from their perspective policy-wise.
So what we've been working with the chiefs, the fire chiefs from the various districts and the general managers from the community service districts on is kind of the general concept of a unified ballot measure, like Chris mentioned. And I know at the last board meeting when we discussed this, there was a mention of some kind of letters of intent or letters of commitment. So as was in the presentation, the City of Sonora has given verbal intent to join us in whatever collectively the attorneys recommend as the preferred option, which today we're recommending a JPA. Groveland Community Service District passed in their meeting on July 14th, approved that the general manager work closely with the county on a special tax measure for fire services. And then the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, just yesterday, their board approved a letter of intent to further the discussion. They have a benefit assessment already, so they're not necessarily in need of tax revenue, but they do want to continue the conversation about joining the JPA and being a part of the parcel tax. The Tuolumne Fire District, their board did approve a letter of intent to join us in the parcel tax. And then Columbia Fire Protection District has verbally said that they are interested in joining us as well. And then the last piece is Twain Harte Community Service District. They have a couple benefit assessments and a tax, so they're not sure if they're interested in joining the JPA or not. Actually, I should say too, and then the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians Fire, they would not be interested in the tax, but they are supportive of the other districts pursuing that. So what we talked about was that we would develop, if your board is interested in going down this road, that we would recommend developing the JPA exclusively for taxing purpose only. And then we would look at additional services and ways that we can collaborate and coordinate for increased efficiency, increased fire services as sort of a phase 2. So those entities who aren't interested in the tax would not join the JPA at first, and they would join it as again, like a phase 2 or something, and we would amend the JPA to include some of these other things. One of the items that we've discussed in the past is consistency about an internship program, so that all of the districts and the city and the county have consistency on what they look for in interns, what they require for interns, the program, and they could all kind of share that. So it's those types of things that would add to collaboration and partnership that we could look at as the phase 2. So again, at this point, it's looking potentially like Twain Harte, we don't know, and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians Fire would not be interested in joining the JPA at the beginning, but then they would actually for this kind of phase 2 thing once the parcel tax is passed. And I do want to just read the letters of intent say from the districts. It just says, it is our intent to join the effort in developing one unified ballot measure for a special parcel tax for fire services in spring 2021. It's our intent to agree to the attorney recommended mechanism that allows for that unified ballot measure, which again is the JPA. It's our intent to share the cost of the special election based on the number of registered voters in our district, to commit to participating in a coordinated public education campaign for the ballot measure once it is approved, and to continue to collaborate and share resources where feasible through a joint powers authority agreement or other recommended mechanism after the parcel tax has been placed on the ballot. So that's what we're recommending.
Board questions, Anaya?
I agree with the JPA approach. I think that's, I agree with your recommendation. My question is, kind of going to discuss a little bit and then ask my question. So when I'm looking at the fire parcel tax moving forward, and I read the studies, the matrix studies, before about some of the problems we have with fire. In my mind, where I see things headed, if we're really ever going to fix things, is either unifying, becoming one fire umbrella, or kind of like what the Calaveras model is, which is 5 or 6 districts. So my question is if we all become a JPA and then the conversation evolves into a unified fire district or separating and having like 5 or 6 districts, would the JPA still facilitate during that discussion if we were to go down one of those roads?
So that's likely what we would look at for phase 2. I'm calling it phase 2, I don't know, whatever it would be. And the JPA is an independent entity made up of all of those other entities, so the boards from all of those other entities would have to agree to and speak into whatever amendments or things we add to the JPA, whatever powers are added to the JPA would have to be agreed to by all of the districts. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because in a sense, it almost feels like this is a step towards maybe some sort of unifying discussion, but
sure.
But it's just but it's also the financial or the mechanism to put the tax on. So I just want to make sure moving forward, if we were to go unified or if we were to have a conversation and all the districts went their own way, that this would still be the mechanism that we could still use to have that conversation.
Yeah, and like you said, it gives the option. So if all of the districts, say, wanted to consolidate, they could use this JPA as that mechanism, or if they wanted to all keep their jurisdictions but still be partners and sharing resources and be more efficient, the JPA is also a good mechanism. Again, all of that stuff would be in the phase 2 portion.
Supervisor Kirk, can I just clarify too?
Yeah.
So just to be clear about this, because what as attorneys we understand is that the legal mechanism for the JPA for the taxing authority is very clear. We believe that we could draft it broad enough that we could do future things by amending it and sort of adding tiers like you do with TIPA, so that the taxing bodies are one tier and then maybe the non-taxing entities are another tier. But that's something, just to be honest with everybody, that requires a little bit more research from the group of attorneys. So I think it is definitely a goal and a step towards unifying, but I don't want to mislead anyone to say it's 100% absolutely sure, because there is still some, and I think we won't really have a true answer until we start drafting the document, so that we can kind of see where we have the ability to modify. And part of that is because, this will end up giving some taxing authority to the county to place or the entity to place the ballot measure on. So I just want to be very clear that there's still some legal work that needs to be done on that piece of it.
Okay. Well, maybe in the future, just so you know where I'm at, if we could in the future clarify that. So.
Any other board questions?
I don't really have a board.
Just a comment. The 8 JPA makes total sense. I think the important thing is it's one step at a time, and having a tax measure and the JPA so that the funds are distributed by the JPA, but no oversight of how that fund is being spent, I think is important in the first step.
Yeah.
In other words, leave it up to the districts to spend the money the way that they need to spend it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly, Supervisor Gray. And the only other comment is our County Counsel Sarah Carrillo's comments don't scare me at all. There's always legal work to be done.
Yeah, and I was essentially going to say the same thing along the same lines, is that as long as we're going into it where all of the parties understand the expectations and the roles for each one of them, and it sounds like you're doing some really good work now, laying those expectations out. I think that's going to be the key to succeeding. So as long as we're all clear on who does what and where what portion of the money goes at the outset, I think that's the good path to follow, and it sounds like you're doing that. So.
At this time, I'll ask if there's any public comment.
Good afternoon. This is Chief Mark Ferrer with the Columbia Fire Protection District. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I appreciate everything that the board has said today. I agree with Supervisor Gray and Rutherford by allowing the districts to spend those funds how they deem necessary, because what I might need, another agency might need something completely different. I greatly appreciate all the work put in, as well as having this collaborative effort as a first step towards sharing resources and making a more efficient fire service for Tuolumne County as a whole.
Thank you, Chief. Is there any other public comment? Okay. So, provide direction. I think you have clear direction. Proceed with the JPA. And I absolutely do concur also with Supervisor Gray and Supervisor Rotifer's comments. Looking across the dais for consensus on that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And we'll wait for the next update. Okay. Before we go to closed session, I want to do reports. And I will actually start with County Council.
With John.
With John? Of course. Why wouldn't I start with John? Go ahead, John.
Just a real quick report. I want to thank staff and and the board, especially for helping me deal with what I'm going through. It's much appreciated. I have been engaged in many Zoom meetings, still working, but missing everyone's smiling faces, and I'll be there eventually. So thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, John. All right, Supervisor Rotifer.
I'm going to keep it real short. I've participated in any number of Zoom meetings, just like we all have, and I'm constantly dealing with constituent issues and stuff like that, and normal stuff. So that's my report.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, it's been a while. I can't remember if I reported on this last time. I guess I'll just skip it. So the one thing I can say, other than the regular meetings and responsibilities that I have, is that I was able to participate and view some of the work that's being done on Phoenix Lake with the revitalization project that's going out there, and it's slightly out of my district, but near it, and lots of people that live in my district pass by there, and so we've talked about the potential for hiking trails out there and other public access opportunities, and I think TUD is aware of that, and it sounds like there's not a great deal of money for public access currently, but that work's continuing to go on, and this is going to be a year-and-a-half project. So, but I think it is a really good first step to making that, to improving the quality of the water that's in that lake, which, as you know, is a source of drinking water for much of Sonora. Yeah, and I'll just end it there.
Supervisor Kirk.
Like Supervisor Rotifer, I'll keep it short. Lots of Zoom meetings. For the constituents of Ponderosa Hills, still working on getting Mount Provo Road finalized. There'll be something coming out shortly to get final action on that road. I met with an engineer last week to go over the road, so just stay tuned. I need to get that off my bucket list because I can't sleep at night thinking of the 800 people that need that road fixed. So other than that, just busy, and that's it.
County Council. Ms. Riggs? Okay. So I, too, have been involved in my share of Zoom meetings. But what I really want to remind the public of is, and I think we are all so keenly aware, but this is fire season. We are in the middle of it. And please have your evacuation plans in place. Visit the county website for the information that is available to you. Have your defensible space done, please. Have everything moved away from your homes. And, we have all been talking about COVID so much. I want everyone to be thinking about the fire threat that exists, that's out there, and to be keenly aware of what is around their homes. Additionally, I would like to introduce Ms. Heather Ryan, the clerk, and ask Ms. Ryan if she has anything she'd like to report on.
Hi, thank you. Yes, as the new board clerk, I am looking into ways that we can better utilize Zoom and some of the resources available to us to make meetings a slightly smoother process, less pauses, less technology issues, and I'll be working with County Council and IT to make sure everything rolls out smoothly.
Thank you. And so for everyone's knowledge, we are trying to get rid of the delay that we have, and IT has some ideas, Jerry had some ideas, Heather has some ideas, working with Zoom to, I guess, be the vehicle that people are watching this from, and then we would have the call-in line so it would be in real time without delays. And so hopefully that will help our public when they are trying to provide that public comment to us. So we will look forward for that. I think we will be trying that at our September 1st meeting, correct? Yes. Thank you. All right. With that, Cece, will you please read our closed session items?
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation authority, government code section 54956.9D21 case. Closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation authority, government code section 54956D9D1. Radovich Logging Incorporated, California Corporation versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 63206. Closed session, public employee appointment, authority government code section 54957B1, public health officer. Closed session, conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, authority government code section 54956.8. Negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, and Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, related a .404 acre parcel known as portion of Block 6 Common Lands in Groveland, California. Closed session, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, authority government code section 54956.9D41 case. Please call in now for public comment at 533-6581.
Do we anticipate any report outs?
On at least one.
One report out? All right. I'm going to ask if there is any public comment. There is no public comment. So at this time, we will adjourn to closed session.